Well, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see all of you little people here in the front. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, Today is Indigenous Day, and it's a pleasure to be here with all these wonderful speakers and all the events that we have lined up for you today. We're going to start with our opening, and our opening consists of acknowledging creation. So the theme of our gathering is universal connections, and so very much the giving thanks, or the Thanksgiving address that we do as Haudenosaunee people, incorporate that universal light and that universal energy. So I'm going to have ask Grandma Renee to give that short little version.
That short little version. In our longhouse, it takes over an hour, maybe two. So I hope you're here for a long time. At this time, I asked if you could put your cameras away. No recording at this time. It plays a very important role of listening with your heart, concentrating, and closing your eyes. At this moment, I'd like you to close your eyes. I'm taking you on a journey. And this journey shows that you've never been alone. This journey shows that you've always been loved and that you never have to worry, and that love is all around us. Because when I start saying the words, I start to cry because there is so much love. And so I like to acknowledge the one that loves us all. And you have called her the earth, the land. We have called her Itnistaha Yonhonzari. She is our mother, and she has provided for all of us. And so in that way, we always acknowledge our mother because she gives us that unconditional love. And you're seeing that love by the foods that you eat. You're seeing this by the trees that are growing. And so at this time, I'm going to do, as she said, a short version. I'm going to do it in my language. Sego, sego, quego. Ganadisa youngets, wakatsioni, wakonya dehane. I'm very pleased to be here to share my love for you and all creation. And so I will begin. De tino alada ni eat ni staha yon honzadi. De tino alada o ne rasa. De tino alada John Hekwa. De tino alada gai sa. De tino alada karunta santana oguerle sa. De tino alada otsit no hasa. De tino alada kanyandero. De tino alada zigodnigora. De tino lada iti soteratueras, de tino lada kayeli ni walage, de tino lada ne sonkotsia, de ganika lakwa, de tino lada ne yonke sotigalakwa, de tino lada ne ogistica roni, de tino lada ne sonkoyandiso. You see, our mother has given us everything to help us whenever we're troubled, whenever we're challenged, whenever we're sad, whenever we're sick. She has provided for us by giving us the food that nourishes our body and keeps us well. She also gives us the medicines that are there within every footstep that we take. She also provides the water that we need so that we can be replenished and renewed. She provides us with the animals that they are the two-legged, four-legged, the winged ones, the fin ones, and the crawlers. They are the first maintenance crew. They are the first teachers. They taught us how to be, as they say, to be alive and appreciate what is here on earth. And so we come and we thank them. We thank all the trees because for each one of you, you need 13 trees. That's how important you are. 13 trees to take care of you so that you will never become sick. 13 trees so that when man forgets the pollution causes a lot of health problems, that tree is to look after you and take away all those things that may harm your health. And so we give thanks to that. We give thanks to the, as we say, all these beautiful flowers and fragrance, because that's what was given to us, because the one that has created has saw that there would be sorrow that would come. So he sent these ones as messengers to lift our minds and to make us smile again, even in our saddest time. How many of you seen a butterfly when you were sad? How many of you seen a beautiful bird come and sing a song for you when you were sad? This is their duty. They are also to teach you how to wake up in the morning. It is not to grumble, but to sing a song to greet the day. And they also sing a song in the evening so that you can rest. And so we were given these seasons, the 4 seasons, to appreciate the balance of life. And so many of you have forgotten. And so we have come to a place of forgetting that natural gift of spring, summer, fall, and winter. People have forgotten that we need the coal because it is to put down the virus that man has created so that we can be well. They will put down those that will cause much harm to us. And that is the one that you call insects and pests, but they are to bring that balance back into life. You must remember when it rains, it's a promise. It's a promise to you because you're very special. And when it rains, the grandfathers will make their voice be heard. You heard his voice the other day because he told you, as long as I am here, I will clean the land, the air, and the water because man will forget. That's how important you are. And so we've been given these seasons to bring the renewal of life. So please show that love at that time for the coldest time of the weather. Show that time when it's raining. Show that appreciation for all these ones that are looking after you. And so we give thanks for all these things that have manifest to help us to be well. And then we give thanks to all these things that has created the wellness and well-being of us. But it is man that has forgotten and will create much harm. And so they are still working hard to help us to be well. And so we look into the sky world and we see the sun. The sun is as we have known, is a daytime sun. And this sun is a brother of the moon. And so we give thanks that these two are working in relationship of taking care of us. He warms our spirit and he warms our heart. And so he gives us the gift. And that is the warmth that is needed for the food to grow. And so we give thanks. And now we look and we see that he also has a helper. It is the morning star. And then there's also the evening star that will tell the coming of the nighttime. Many of you have misused the gift of the nighttime because the nighttime was given to you to heal, because the Creator gave you that gift to heal your body while you are resting. And so we have abused that gift because now there is much sickness and much health problems because we are not going, as they said, we are not using this gift of the nighttime. So the nighttime comes so that our bodies are being renewed. It is a sign that we have done our duty for today, and now I give you a gift to rest. And so let it be in our minds to be forever grateful. Now we look and we see the winds that come from the 4 directions. They bring changes for us. And so they say that in time, people will forget, but Mother Earth, she will tell us by using the gift of the winds to tell us of great changes that is coming. And we are hearing them now of the great changes that is to come. And so let it be in our minds to be forever grateful. In our lives, we have been given the 4 beings, you call them angels. They are with us when we come to earth, and they always walk with us. So you're never alone. You're never alone. There's always someone with you. And even when you return back to the sky world, you will be given that opportunity to travel with them. And so we give thanks. Now, each one of us needs a mentor in our life, and you may become a mentor. And so in that way, we had one that we know as Cana de Leo. And he was a human being that had fallen from grace. You see, he played a very important part in our life. It's part of the Creator showing us no matter how broken you are, the Creator sees good in you and He will raise you up. And it is through dreams that we are given this gift to help others to know what is coming. And so we give thanks. So I've done the best that uh, that I came to do today. I give this gift of love, of nurturing, and most of all, gratitude for the ones that has created this day for us so that we can be here and be blessed. And so I say, with much love, I thank the one that has created all things, that has given us this gift so that we will be well in our hearts, in our minds, or in our bodies, in our spirit. And I say, oho, yawa, miigwech, thank you.
So it is never easy to like condense our words, and it is a long drawn out process where we sit and we draw out that energy that we need. So the theme today is universal connections, and so just thinking of that of those words that were said helps you to pull from your space, these beautiful ways to incorporate those teachings into your life. And so universal connections, there are so many ways to interpret that. So as you go throughout your day here, just kind of keep that in mind and just think of all the ways that you could incorporate that into your time. I just want to say thank you to Jen and Genevieve for that beautiful opening with those sacred bowls, because what that does is energetically, it just helps to create a beautiful, soft, and comfortable, warm, safe place for us to learn. And so today in Indigenous, well, we call Indigenous Day every day, because, well, it just is. And we take this time to share with you some of the beauty of who we are as people. And I remember years ago, one of our teachers, he would open up his house and he would say, let's let's get together. And we go there and he'd say, what should we talk about today? And then, as somebody mentioned something, he would give us the most beautiful stories from our teachings that made my heart so full of love and light. And I used to say, well, why can't we share this with the world? If the world heard the meaning behind what we do and our beautiful teachings, the world would be a better place. And so that's what the universal energy is about. It's about sharing that. So that's what we do, is we go out and we share that beautiful knowledge and that beautiful culture with everyone that we can, because it's really important that you also share with us, because that's how we basically will grow together and make this world a much better place. So with that, I hope you all enjoy your day and take part in all of the different things that we have on the schedule for today. We have beautiful presentations from us that speak from that traditional knowledge side. We have beautiful performances. We have vendors. We have so much to offer you today in that sharing process. So please, I hope your heart goes home full with love, because that's what we're sharing with you, is that love of us as Indigenous people, as well as our love for life itself, because really we are all one. And we need to be reunited as one people so that together we can make the world better, because we can't do it without each other. So that's the important message that we have to share. So I got the 1 minute message there. So I think I'm done. I think we're done, and we're going to continue on with the program.
We're all shy. We're nervous. We're human. So I'm going to ask this beautiful young lady to help us. Yes.
Welcome, everyone. Annie Bouchot. I'm going to sing a song to get us started off in a good way as well. I'm going to sing the Cherokee Morning Song. And this is a song that is traditionally sung to welcome Mishomis grandfather's son, who rises every morning, and his partner, Nokomis rises at night. And so we can always count on these two grandparents of ours. That's a universal connection that we all have. So I'll sing this song 4 times to honor those 4 directions and the 4 sacred medicines. And as I sing, it's fairly repetitive. So I'd like to invite all of you to join in with your own voices. Our voices are medicine, and it's healing for all of us. So, miigwech. Wendeya-ho, Wendeya-ho, Wendeya, Wendeya, oh, 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 hey-oh, hey-oh, ya, 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 ya. Wendeya-ho, Wendeya-ho, Wendeya, Wendeya, oh, 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 hey-oh, hey-oh, ya, 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 ya. Wendeya-ho, Wendeya-ho, Wendeya, Wendeya, oh, 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 hey-oh, hey-oh, ya, 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 ya. Wendeya-ho, Wendeya-ho, Wendeya, Wendeya, oh, 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 hey-oh, hey-oh, ya, 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 ya. Miigwech.
Good morning, Scano. It's so nice to see everyone. Thank you for coming out. I'm Jody Harbour. I'm one of the co-founders of Grandmother's Voice. And it's so nice to see everyone. You made it. You made it. Is Michelle in the crowd over there? No? Yeah? Okay, just checking. We have another guest. We have an open seat for right now. We'll say that that's for our ancestors. Yeah, if Michelle is here, you can make your way. One of our team will find you. What a beautiful morning. The morning of Strawberry Moon, the solstice, the National Indigenous Peoples Day. The energy has been different. We know that we're in for change, and the people that we have on the stage are people that have been bringing change in their communities for decades. I won't say how many, but there have been a few. And so it's my pleasure today to be with you. I put together this event with multiple volunteers that are amazing. And I'd like to acknowledge all of them that have done so much work to bring everyone together in this room. Those that will, yeah. Thank you. Some are wearing the bright orange or bright yellow shirts, and some chose not to. But you'll see them around, and you might not be able to know who they are because it seems people are walking around with smiles on their faces. So today we have a full day of live streams, amazing people sharing their knowledge, sharing their stories. So the next about 45 minutes, everyone on the stage here is going to share their name, a bit about themselves, and then what they'll be doing within this beautiful space for the rest of the day. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge this amazing young man, Aiden Lee. And for those of you who live in the Halton region, you may know him because he gets around with his art brushes and his amazing energy. So we're gonna start with Aiden today, and he's gonna introduce himself, tell you why he's here, and then we have a special presentation for Aiden today, and we're really happy that you could be here with us to share that.
First of all, hi guys. My name is Aiden, or Aiden Lee. I'm 20 years old, and let's just say this: I'm feeling very anxious because I have autism, ADHD, and anxiety. It's a little bit nervous to be onto a stage, but I want to talk about just like how did I get part of Grandmother's Voice. You know, at the start in 2021, I was invited to the 2021 Grandmother's Voice National Indigenous Peoples Day. And what I was contributing is I love art. I've been using art as a way of communication since I was 5 years old. And I wanted to share that passion of creating art. And usually with these events, we always want to focus on the importance of connections. And this year with universal connections, what I did for 2021 is I did a collaborative art piece. And for this year, I'm going to do the exact same thing where I'm going to have everybody, whenever you have the chance, after you've explored, seen what everybody's doing, all the vendors, I will be near the entrance and I will be there to do an art project where we focus on that connection by creating an art piece that everybody's going to be working on. Everybody will have their own special square where they can create it in their own way. And I wanted to do it because, it's important that we celebrate universal connections, connecting people. So I thought to myself that I'm going to create something where, one person's going to have their flair to the piece, and you can really bring yourself out. Like if you're not big on doing art, that's fine, but contributing to such an important thing, contributing to something for such an important day, if you ever have the time, it would be so awesome if you could. There's going to be one relating to, I won't spoil it because I really want you guys to check it out because I won't tell you what it is. So that encourages you to go check it out. But one's going to be a canvas and the other one's going to be a surprise. I think it's really cool, but I hope that today everybody enjoys their time here. And I really hope that, really see the people around you. Remember that you are connected in one way or another, just like how I'm connected with the Grandmother's Voice. And you know what? I hope that you guys have an awesome day, I guess I could say.
Amazing. Thank you, Aiden. I brought him out. I surprised him. He was supposed to be like 7 people in. So I just said, come on, let's do this. So Aiden, actually, he applied. I don't know if you've ever heard of the 101 Duwagons project. That's the poster that's right behind Aiden. This is a beautiful project that has been created by Grandmother Jackie and Oliver. And they've been working on this since about 17 actually. And so the project is about honoring residential school survivors. And so the drum that Jen actually played when she sang is a drum. It's actually number 89 of the 101 drums. And Aiden actually applied to be an artist to paint on the front of that drum. And so the idea is that they made 101 drums to travel to artists across Canada. And those that have applied will be able to paint whatever they see and feel the vision of the future will be as we all heal together from the genocide of residential schools. And so this is the first public, passing of the drum that Aiden will be sitting with and being with and painting. He'll have that for about 6 months or whenever he's finished, and the drum will be sent back. And the vision is that all 101 drums will be with the artist, and then they'll be returned back to the elders, and then a full ceremony will be done in Niagara Falls, at Niagara Falls, with all of the drums, and then they will begin to circulate together and into communities to just bring that healing. Every single drum has been through ceremony from the beginning of its inception, from the thought of the whole project. Every side inside of this drum has the name of a residential school survivor that didn't make it home. And then at 101 are the survivors that are still here with us. And so it's just been a really beautiful opportunity to work with this project and to feel and see the love vibrating across Canada has been really amazing. So please look it up, 101 Duwagons. You can follow it. You can follow actually every drum. They have an individual, every side has a name, and you can follow that and see that come to fruition. So thank you so much, Aiden. Have fun painting that, and everyone else have fun after we're done the next 45 minutes here, or 40 minutes. Go find Aiden. There'll be some snacks and some treats, and I think we're passing this microphone to who is next? Samantha? Yeah. There you go.
Yawa Jody. Sagoli Swagweg. Hello, everyone. Yeji Stokwanun, Niyon Gets. Otahuni, Niwa Get the Load. Oniot Daaga, Niwa Go Hajod. My English name is Samantha Dockstader. I'm from Oneida Nation of the Thames, near London. My clan is Wolf. Wagatsanuni, Kalet, Wage Nuheladu, Jitnate, Agwe Guga, Idwis. I'm really happy and really thankful that we're all here together. I'm an astronomer. I'm a scientist. I'm a lifelong researcher. I share all these things in my research to help my people heal Indigenous oppression with astronomical knowledge and original ways of knowing. My presentation today is all of those connections with Haudenosaunee astronomy that help heal our hearts and our minds and keep those connections, because we know we have those higher connections. So for this, the title of today, the To Be Universal Connections, it's so fitting. And I'm really excited to share with you all. So, Yawa. Which way are we going?
Awesome. Miigwech, Wenana Bojo, Chichak and Adishnakaz, Maying Nodem, Toronto Dunji. And so my ancestors are very mixed, Ojibwe, Blackfoot Cree, Scottish, Irish, Russian, British, and French. Maybe a little bit more along the way. But I'm very honored to be here today. And so for myself, my name is Alan, or Whooping Crane, which is Chichak, and I'm Wolf Clan. And so for me, I had a very unique life. I grew up foster care and children's aid, but for the most part of my life, without having connections to my family, the natural world, really has always been there. And for them, for me growing up, when I looked at life, the waters, the trees, the plants, and all those beings that came before us, they all follow natural instruction. And each and every one of them shares a very unique gift, a story, and a medicine to all of us. And so when we look at those connections, for me, it was retracing all those steps to really see how magical our universe is, and just how much love really went into each and every one of us. And so for each every one of you that is out there, when thinking about those connections, if you look to your left and you look to your right, each and every one of you are community. You may come from different places, we may share different perspectives and points of views, but really, as humanity, we are the conscious, we are the thought. And so how we come together and we make connections is really where we'll be moving into the future. And so I have my part of my bundle that if you come around, I'll be sharing some of those different connections of all of creation. But once again, I want to say miigwech. Thank you for having me.
Sego, Sawaguego, Yunyats, Don Cheryl Hill. I don't have my little cheat sheet with my language of Ginyagahaga on it. What I just said was, hello everybody, welcome. My name is Don Cheryl Hill, and I'm of the Mohawk Nation. And I feel really bad that sometimes I have to have this little cheat sheet because, both of my parents were survivors of residential school. My mother attended the Mohawk Institute, now known as the Woodland Cultural Center in Brantford, Ontario. She called it the Mush Hole. And my father, he was a survivor of the Thomas Indian School in Cattaraugus, New York. When I think about connections, one of the biggest connections that I have to my mother is the love of beadwork. And for me, I made this as an homage to all the children that were survivors of residential schools. And that connection links me back to not just my mother, but all the people that, taught me how to bead. I went to a beading class at the Tuscarora Indian School in Lewiston, New York, where I grew up. I called my class beginning gossip, and then I as I grew older, I got to go to advanced gossip. And beginning gossip, that's where all the older ladies sat at a different table and spoke in Tuscarora when they didn't want me to know what they were saying. And last night, I really wasn't able to sleep, and I was thinking about all the connections, all the times that, to me, Creator, Sadia Guiso, has let my path cross some amazing people that built those interconnections that made me the person that I am today. So many. I think I could write another book about that. I am a psychotherapist. I attended the University at Buffalo, and I recently retired and opened my own private practice as a psychotherapist. But apparently, I'm a writer as well. I use writing again as another way to connect myself back to stories. I got a name, a Mohawk name, but I didn't get it in Longhouse. I got it walking down the street one day with my dog, another connection. And this person, we talked for quite a while, and he told me that my name should be Yagalados. And Yagalados means in Mohawk that she tells stories. So I'm just going to hold my book up quickly because this is what I'm going to talk about later on today. My book is entitled Memory Keeper. It's a book of memoir, a book of stories that really talks about multi-generational, intergenerational trauma and how that filters down from one generation to the next until there is some healing done. And that's very important. That's what we're here to talk about. Healing, land-based healing, traditional healing. I use other forms of Western healing like cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, narrative therapy, many different modalities. Just want to thank you, Grandmother's Voice, for inviting me here today.
Scano, Okjino Ge, Nick Gyasa. I'm just learning my language. Otoyoni ni wagashaudan. O Gayakono ni wakwensadan. Can't go on, eh? I always get stuck on that other part. Anyway, it says I'm from Six Nations, or I'm from Grand River. My English name's Barb Miller. And I told you I was Wolf Clan. I got a lot of family up here, I hear. And I'm from Cayuga. My nation is Cayuga. I am a writer too, and it's really weird that this thing's about connections because the name of my protagonist is Disasa Grant, and she is a connector. She connects between the 21st century and the 13th century. So that's what my book's about. It's dedicated to Every Child Matters. So it's dedicated to the children of the world because there's a little bit of child trauma in there too. So I talk again at, I said so many times, 2:50. If you want to hear about my book, I'm going to do a couple readings from it. And I'll see you at my table too if you have any questions. And the title of it is Dream Visitors. Yeah.
So, Bajo Ani, Tanse, Kwekwe, Wache, Sego, Elaine Dishnakas. I'm known as Elaine. Mine Gandodam, I'm Wolf Clan. Thank you. Surrounded with the pack. Pelican Arrows and Donjaba. So, I come from a really small Cree community called Pelican Narrows. And that's on my grandmother's side. And my mother's side is from Amisk Lake. And my grandmother is Marie Custer. And my grandfather is Roderick McDermott, and they were married 65 years. So I'm a descendant of Métis, Cree, Bush Cree specifically, or they call us Swampy Cree. But they also call us Rock Cree because we're known as people of the rock. And on my father's side, he's from Buffalo Narrows. So there's these different conversations when I state like who my relatives are. I can go back like 5 generations, and that's that connection. Who are you related to? What did they pass on to you? And that interloper of conversation of when institutes or like the word oppression was talked about, and what we're changing. What are we changing so that that anger interloper or that silence interloper doesn't come continuous? Because, you know, if you would have told me when I was 10 years old that I would be on a stage sharing and talking about my experiences, I don't think I would have believed you. Because I'm like outside of being on stage, I'm pretty shy. Like I'm very grateful for my mother's shyness because we're observers. I'm a Tikanagan baby. I'm a moss baby, and I'm a what they call a swing baby. So I'm used to being wrapped. So you'll see me like sit kind of like wrapped just to get comfortable. And I always remind myself, you know, even if it's new, breathe through it. You know, reassure myself this is a safe space. This is safe for me to come in and raise or bring a place of voice, a collective voice in that conversation of how do we bridge the conversations together? How do we sing the conversations? How do we, I mean, like today's the access day, right? So we're bridging our accesses together. Like the longest day is, they say, today, and the longer, you know, and it'll get shorter. But it took a while for us to get to this point. And on the other side of the world, there's the resting. So we give thanks for their rest because sometimes it feels like we constantly have to give this concept of being busy. But rest is productive too. Ceremony, you'll see me light the smudge every now and again because that's my self-regulation. Part of this, even raising the voice up or keeping the voice low is part of my self-regulation. Sleeping is a big part of my self-regulation. But even looking at the stars, right? Having the opportunity to go outside on, you know, in our territory, Wilfred Buck is our star person in our territory. And then there's like, I'm kind of fangirling here because Samantha's here, right? And I was like, oh, that's Samantha. Oh, get all shy, right? But there's those different, what they say, role models and heroes, right? And it's bridging our conversation of who are your role models And are they First Nations? Are they Inuit? Are they Métis? And if not, how come? You know, because we're all in this conversation of as long as the rivers flow and the grasses grow and the sun is shining, because we're all in that conversation together on this land. And some are seated and what they say unceded, but the reality is it's all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis land. And as a guest here, I'm a guest over here. I was brought over here. I was brought over here after being in child welfare. I was brought over here, but I view this land, this what they say Ontario land, this southern Ontario land, kind of like as my land too, because I grew up here. Not in this territory, but over there in Ottawa. I grew up in Algonquin territory. And I was fortunate to be within community when I was younger by strong Indian women that would come to my white parent and say, you have an Indian girl. We have to bring her back into community. And the elders at that time would say, don't ever forget your Cree. They just didn't tell me how to be Cree. So there's, you know, those bridging, the merging of my heart and my first language is Cree. My second language is English. So I'm very grateful to still think in my language, but because of the harms done, it's very difficult to speak the language. But I merge it through song, because there's a different place of breath, a different place of really listening to your songs. And I give thanks for that. I really give thanks for songs, ceremony songs, healing songs, you know. And so I brought my little rattle. My little rattle comes with me everywhere because it's the sound that we heard at creation. And they said, you're going to have a good life. You might have some challenges. You have all the medicine inside you, and you need to ask for help. You need to remember in this merging together, what they say of a good mind, we think kindly of each other. We have good words of support for each other. And when it alters, we ask for help. How come my mind changed? How do I change back to my original instructions? My original instructions to be happy. My original instruction to be, you know, hold my head up high. And I give thanks to like all the stars and the suns that watched over me from childhood all the way until maybe I'll get old. I don't know when you get old though. I'm still navigating. Am I old enough yet? Am I the adult yet? Right? Because some days it feels like, oh, I'm still learning and merging back within nations, right? The conversation of nations and not trying to like remind myself like I'm not a tourist with my own people. I'm still curious, but I'll be shy and curious about it and take my time. Now is the time of ceremonies too. They started in May all the way till October. Now's the big time, and some people don't even know that. You know, now's the time that the strawberries are coming, and there's a full moon tonight too, right? Remember to put out your water and drink your moon water, even during the day, and drink your sun water, right? Merge the sky life with you, because that's your relationship. It watches over you every day. So I'm going to end with, I don't know if I'm talking later, but maybe I'm talking too long now that I'm all comfortable. um,
You're so shy.
I'm still shy. Yeah. Because as soon as I get off the stage, you'll see me like morph back in. Hey. But I'm just going to sing like a humble song, because it's a humble walk. It's not for myself, it's my humble walk. And it's a song that Eulalie sang in the 90s. So now I'm aging myself, you know, and I used to listen to them and be observant that there was a rise of our voices in song that was finally being recorded, not just by a museum, but our songs were being recorded in good ways, and they were put on tape. Aging myself again. They were on tapes. And you'd put it into your cassette player and you'd listen. So if you don't know what a tape is, you might have to Google that. And that's okay, because we're merging our minds together. My husband, he talks about these 8-track tapes. That's another thing you'll have to Google. So I'm just gonna stand up here, and then I'll stop talking, maybe. Hey. But when you're singing this song, you're basically putting your hands out for prayers to each other too. Here, I'll just give this back. Okay. Hey, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh, hey, way, hey, hey, way, way, hey, way, Have a good day.
That was quite the act to follow. Thank you. Beautiful. I was always taught to stand, I think because I'm short. But I'm grateful that I'm here because of a dream. And I want you to know that your dreams are the most valuable gift that you're going to ever receive to help you in your life. When I was little, I had dreams, what you would call nightmares. And in those dreams came helpers that you think of them as boogeymen because you were taught to fear. But I was taught to look at them and not run. And that's why we have nightmares, is to teach us. And so I shared my dreams when I was very young. And it was the ancestors that come. They come to you too. I'm no different than you. They come and they tell you. They almost prepare you for what you got to do. And that's kind of scary sometimes because you don't want to do it because you want people to like you instead of putting their finger and pointing at you and laughing at you and ridiculing you. And so it took time for me to finally share, because my grandma at the time, she said, the people aren't ready. And that was true because there was so much negativity. And those dreams was things I saw, just like you. You have seen many things. You have seen what is happening today. And what are you doing about it? You have seen floods. You have seen these things. What are you doing about it? You've seen fires. You've seen violence. And that's why we have these dreams, is to make change for us. And so I am here because of a dream. Both my grandmothers were residential, but that didn't stop me because the ancestors spoke through dreams. And those dreams told me that I had a job to do, and that is a purpose in life. Each of you are to be a healer. You're not to destroy people. You are to raise each other up and not be a bully and take them down. You are here as a very sacred gift. You are very special. And every time you do anything wrong, you're hurting your spirit. And so these are gifts that was given to me in a dream, and they told me that these gifts would come to help the people and to validate also your dreams, because the dreams I will share, we are all connected, and all of our dreams are connected to living a better life. We are to be good human beings. There is to be no wars. Our children are to be safe. Our children are to have safe in everything, the water, the land, the air, and the water. That's why we have our belts, the two wampums. We have many belts that talk about our obligation as human beings. And because of these dreams, it has taken me many places. And yes, I had to go through a lot of hard times because I was also told that. But they give me the tools to get through those hard times and grief and death, a lot of challenges that people, I went through a lot, but I didn't take any alcohol and I didn't take any drugs because the Creator and our Mother, the Earth, give me the resources to get through. It is my granddaughter and my grandchildren that motivate me. It was my son. When he was young, he said, "Mom, go out into the schools." He said, "They don't know nothing of us." And so I'm here because of my son. I am here because of my daughter. My daughter journeyed on when she was a very young age, 19. She was just becoming a mother. But she got in a car. And that very night, I told her, I went and found her. And I said, that is because of a dream. And I told her, I said, if you ever need a ride, no matter what time it is, I want you to call me. But she didn't call. But what the most important thing is what she said to me. Because when I went to find her, I told her that I loved her. And that's what she told me. She said, "Mom, I'll always love you." And it was because of that dream that I was able to get through all those challenging times. And so I'm here today. This is the work that I do because my daughter, she came to teach me about grief. And so I work with the young people. I work with all ages. And so you may have heard me cough. It was because I had to help people to let go some of their grief. Because people don't know how to holler because they've been told to keep quiet. And so I had to show them how to release that sadness out of their stomach. And so this is why I'm here today. I will share more of this belt because it came of a dream. This is from the grandmothers, our grandmothers, our ancestors that want us to stop harming ourselves. And so I will tell you more. The staff here talks about our journey. We are to think about the things that is happening for our future, for our children. We need to stand together. We need to stand and say, no more. You heard that term so often, no more. And with your hand put up, enough. We are all going to, as they say, feel the effects. Right now, I just heard on the radio about a teacher finding out how much damage the water in her school is. And so we must look and ask questions about our water. We must ask questions why there is so much pollution. Because our children are very important. Our children are the gifts to remind us on how to create a better world. And so I thank them. I thank my children for teaching me. And most of all, I want to say, Guadaluncua. It is a very powerful gift, that word. We need to, anytime our children leave our presence, we're always to say, Guadaluncua, I love you. Anytime our children come home, we are to say, I love you. And we are to say that to all the people that we know and not be ashamed to say, I love you. Because those words are very important. They're healing, and they're here to create a better world. So we must learn how to break away from that words, those words that cause grief. So we have to learn how to let go of grief. And so this is why we're here today. You're going to find we have counselors, we have people that are doing massages, we have people that are into a lot of techniques that are going to show you how to renew your spirit. And it's a beautiful thing because this past week we worked on a health clinic, and I got a chance to help a doctor to say, no more pills. I showed him how to become a better human being, and that is just by using his voice, using his body to let go. And that's all very simple. And so today is your birthing. We want to share with you how to renew your spirit and how to renew your life. It's not just souvenirs and tokens. It is of peace and love. And this is because of a dream. That is why we're here, the grandmother's voice, because we want to bring this to everyone. And they manifested this. Look at this. And look at you. I'm thankful that you came here today. I'm very grateful that your ancestors give you that nudge to be here today. And I like to acknowledge the teacher that brought her students for this time, for all of us to be remembering our roles and our responsibility. So I like to acknowledge these young people that are here. They are our future. And to you, we love you. And you are very important to us. Aho.
Hello. Bonjour. Anin. Bonjour. Wapski menesazet mesatem nistakaz. Bejuni do dem iskunaning donji Treaty 2 territory. I am White Spotted Horse from Skowhegan First Nation and Treaty 2 territory. I'm Anishinaabe Soto of the Lynx clan. And I'd like to acknowledge you here today on this special day, the longest day of this year. This is a day that we celebrated, always celebrated. The solstice, summer solstice. I was just sharing this morning. I had a dream actually, maybe that's what it was leading up to this event. I woke up with the word Saul, and I had no idea why. But I went and looked it up, and then it's in reference to the Romans that would call the sun Sol. So when I was sharing this story this morning, it just hit me right there in terms of a download and inspiration, whatever you want to call it. And that's that connection to solstice. Now, we all have our different languages around the world describing these beautiful, universe, our grandfathers, grandmothers. The Anishinaabe person like me is Jesus. Those that are a part of creation. And I wanted to acknowledge not only you for being here today, to spend a moment at this time together as one, our connection, our universal connection. I'd like to acknowledge my the ones that are on stage. Minoa, Odea, or these are the good people, but you're all the good people. And I'm going to be speaking about maybe about another hour from now, and then another time. And I don't put a lot of thought what I'm going to say. They asked me to go freestyle, which is I tap into the universe, that connection, spirit, and I'll speak about that by giving you one just now that just says, "Oh, say this. This is where we all come from anyway." That universal connection that we're referring to in this assembly, right here now, is that we came from the source of a loving, a bliss of love, that energy, that spirit. And we have different names to describe it, different descriptions to describe that, but to the Anishinaabe people, we say that's a Manitou, spirit. And how you describe things is the action piece. So we say Geshe Manitou is grand, awesome, beautiful. Or within ceremonies describing what we're doing, Geshe Manitou is loving spirit. So in the beginning there was nothing. A lot of stories start off that way. There was nothing until something happened. So it started with a sequence of some will say a dream or a thought. A dream took place. And then there was vision of that dream, of putting a vision together based on the dream. And then to voice it is to put it in action. That frequency, like we had drums here today, we had those crystal bowls. That's frequency. That's life. Life started happening. Creation happened. And to receive the result of it is how do you feel about it? Is your heart. So if it starts here and vision and your voice and your heart, that is the creation that first went out. This energy that went out created all that beautiful planets, universes, dimensions, this planet, and all life on it. But there was another vision of how do I share this bliss, this love, this creation. So they might have started off with one circle. Then there was these two circles. Some will say there's a masculine energy of creation. And then there is the feminine with the masculine. Together, that's where true creation takes place. And that's where the fourth circle was formed, was sent out in the form of these blue flames to all these different places, dimensions, universe, and this planet. I wear a symbol of one teaching of the four flames that came to, we call Nima Ma'aki, or mother. The earth, or Gaia, or Terra, has many names. And they were placed in Manitou's garden, the Creator's garden, in the four areas of the garden. So from the one, and the ones became the many. And that's diversity. When the Creator made all the creation and made all those beautiful colors, all shapes and sizes, including the earth, with the animals, the tree world, the plant world, our environment, and the people. The Creator, or Geshe Manitou, wanted diversity so that we appreciate the beauty of all of that creation. And then as we get closer and closer together like this, would form in, all these colors will form to a point where we're going to appreciate and listen to all the stories that we have about ourselves. as human beings. And that is true celebration. Don't you think that's happening now? There is struggles, yes. If we stop judging each other, don't be judgmental. Just be open and appreciate. Absorb and appreciate that. That is what creation is all about, is to look at how unique we are on this small place we call planet Earth. Kachimigwich. Have a good day.
Sego se wakwego ka tine nyonget. So ka tine means to take a lasso and to throw it over a forest and to draw it in. And, that was a name given to me through ceremony at our longhouse. And I really didn't understand that name when I received it, but we all have a path, and we all have a way of determining what our life path is. What are we going to do when we grow up, kind of thing. And so my journey started as well. I looked for ceremony, so I was everywhere, and I was able to experience such beauty, and that started to help my hurting heart at the time. There was something, and I never could put a name to it. It was like a sadness and a grief that I felt, and it couldn't have been from my parents, because they were very good parents, and I had what I needed when I was growing up, and I couldn't figure out where it came from. And it wasn't until years later that the term colonization became real for us. And so it's not, so that's kind of like I'm saying me, but it's actually we, because we all come from that place where colonization has had a big impact on our lives. And so how do we heal from that? What is the mechanisms that we can search out and help us to find that happiness, that love, and the joy that we all are seeking? So what I did was after attending like ceremony after ceremony after ceremony, I says, now what do I do with this? Like, I can go to ceremony, and I can, get all of these beautiful teachings and all of this beautiful feeling, but what do I do? And it was through dreams again, because we all are dreamers, and we all are connected. So our daytime physical experience connects with our nighttime spiritual connection. What do we do when we sleep? Are we asleep? What happens in that time? And so there's a connection that we have. There's more than one side to us. And so from that experience, I thought about my people, and I thought about other people who were in that same predicament. What can I do? How do I help? So through dreams again, the business that I created, Ancestral Voices Healing Center, was formed. And it came because I wanted to bring together different healers who would be able to share space and medicines and crystals and different things that I had learned over my journeys in order to help our people heal. And once I realized it was colonization, then it had more of an impact too. It's like, wow, this is really serious, because in our community, we have a lot of sorrow. We have a lot of grief. Our people are impacted by death weekly, sometimes more than one a week. Death, suicide, drugs, alcohol, car crashes, different things. We see our young people suffering, and we suffer as well, because anytime that a death takes someone from our community, there's this grief. So Grandma Renee talked about using that grief, understanding what that is to heal. And so that's kind of what the work is. It's about what tools do we have. So no matter what we're experiencing in our community, what do we have? What tools are available
in order to help us, get happy again. So we have this like fire deep down within, and Universal Connections is about that fire. It's about we are connected to something so big and so powerful, and our job is to realize that, and our job is to take that power and to allow it to grow and allow it to manifest so that we can be the best we can be. So today we have an elders room set over here to the right, and we're set up over there, and you're welcome to come in, and if you have questions, feel free to come in and ask. Back over in the vendor section, I have a lot of our medicines and some crystals and some good things from my store, so that if you're drawn to anything, then take that as a sign and start implementing that into your life. So we're all here to grow. We're all here to learn more about why we are here. And so it's really nice to see all of you here. And please enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. There's so much here that you can experience. And really glad that you are here today. So Nyawagoa, and we're going to take a 15-minute break, and after our break, we'll come back up on stage and we'll continue on with our program. So Nyawagoa. Wait 1 minute. This dear soul snuck up on me. So Michelle, can you come and do an introduction? Yeah.
I snuck it on you. Hello, everyone. Kawe ani. I'm Michelle. I'm a Mi'kmaq woman. I'm also here with Conestoga College. So kind of what I'm here to kind of speak about is just in terms of as an Indigenous student, as an Indigenous post-secondary student, kind of one of the great things about my job is I get to advocate for other Indigenous students who are across the country. I get to sit on the National Indigenous Advocacy Committee, and essentially my job is to advocate for people like me who may have not had a spot or a space in a college setting or a university setting previously, and just kind of some of the colonial barriers that we kind of face in terms of education, utilizing the land. I'm in a nursing program, which is obviously at times not the easiest to work with. So, incorporating our use of traditional medicines, and we're able to implement that course now into post-secondary, which is amazing. And when I think about myself as a little sprout, I didn't really see myself in a college or in a university. I didn't think that was a path that was possible for me or that I would be welcomed into. And it really goes to show how us as people, as Indigenous people, we are so resilient and so strong when it comes to being in those spaces that weren't necessarily meant for us. And we are meant to be there. We are supposed to be there. We are going to rebuild what everyone thinks that we don't have. And we are going to really show that we are resilient and strong as a community, as brothers and sisters across the country, across Turtle Island. And I look forward to see what the future has in store for us as a group of people, and how we've already have seen such great transition in terms of what is going on, in terms of post-secondary, in terms of what the future can look like for me as a student, or for me as an Indigenous woman. And I'm excited to see what we can do, and what we should really celebrate each other and celebrate all of the things. Yeah. Chimiquach, Walalan. So sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
Break time. Women's Day. We have t-shirts. Yeah. Beautiful. Well, we'll see you then. I see you. Bye-bye. That's, I'll let her know. Okay. Send you one. Okay. Oh, she made it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go down.
Switch sides with you. God, really? Good morning. We're really excited to be a part of this day today, the deep and meaningful connections we get to make. We're really honored. I'm just going to explain a little bit about the dance that we're performing today. Find my notes here because clearly they're not. So you're welcome to come back in from wherever you are. No, that's not it. Sorry. This is my nerves. Okay. And so I really want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Jody for inviting. This started with a chance conversation in a mall near us, and we ran into each other. I was admiring her ribbon skirt, and she told me about her vision for today, and that she wanted to include a range of cultural expression and performance and dance. And so here we are. My name is Lena Sharma Seth, and this is Adita Olek. And we are, what I'd like to say is we are settlers on this land, and we are working to be in right relationship with the Indigenous communities on this land, with the land, and to essentially be better settlers today than we were yesterday. And so with that, I just want to take a moment to set up the dance that we will be performing. Okay, and so So the dance that we're performing today is called Bharatanatyam. It's the oldest Indian classical dance form that originated in Tamil Nadu, the Tanjore district, and it's regarded as the mother of many other classical dance forms that come from India. Firstly, it was initiated in the Hindu temples of Tamil Nadu and eventually flourished in South India. And we also want to acknowledge, I will acknowledge that I am coming from a privileged caste, and to acknowledge the Dalit caste oppressed roots of this performance style. And we, as you know, we've been taking this dance form for a couple of years, and we're really trying to, again, honor the roots and the lineage of this dance form that we have the privilege of learning. And so this performance sees us honoring Lord Shiva, also known as Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. And so Lord Shiva is a Hindu god who is known, he destroys the cosmos so that it can be renewed again. And so really Shiva oversees the endless cycles of time, marking its pace with his drum and footsteps. And so with that, we will take you through our dance now. Thank you.
आत्मारामानन्दरमण आत्मारामानन्दरमण अच्युत केशव हरिनारायण अच्युत केशव हरिनारायण आत्मारामानन्दरमण आत्मारामानन्दरमण भवभयहरण वन्दित चरण भवभयहरण वन्दित चरण रघुकुलभूषण राजीवलोचन रघुकुलभूषण राजीवलोचन
Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhirena Dhim tano tano dhirena Dhim tano tano dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena Dhim tano tano dhirena Dhim tano tano dhirena Dhim tano dhirena
I'm Samantha. The mic's on. Mic check. Everybody can hear me good. I'm just gonna test this little clicker. Okay, it works. Sagoli, Swagwig. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to share this presentation with you all. And Yawa for spending your time with me this morning. And so how Grandma Renee, she opened up the day giving thanks during the Ganahela Dunksla, the Thanksgiving address. That's really scientific. So Ongwehome people, when I say Ongwehome, that's just the Oneida word for indigenous. And it's the word that rolls off my tongue a little bit easier. So Ongwehome people, we've always been really scientific. Our way of life, the things we do, and being thankful, that's part of our everyday life. And so there's a lot of science to that. And the benefits of being thankful they're really endless. On the opening page, it said stories gathered and presented by Sasha Dockstaler. So my name is Samantha Dockstaler. Sasha was my younger sister. She's the one that started this research. She was a student at Western University, and she was in an astronomy course, and she knew that like our stories had so much more connections. So she applied for a position to do Indigenous astronomy research, and so that's what she did for 3 years. She traveled across Haudenosaunee communities, gathering different stories. And so even though this is a Haudenosaunee perspective, a lot of our creation stories of other nations, we all have similarities. And so this information, it's really universal. And so Sash, she passed away in July of 2021. She had cancer. It took her really quickly. It was like really shocking for our family. Um, and so about a year after she passed away, she started coming to my dreams and telling me to buy these books about stars. So I knew she was like pushing me to continue this work. And so one day I was like, okay, sister, I'll do it. And I opened up her computer. She already had this like presentation done. And so for the past 2 years, that's what I've been doing. But I've been continuing this research and adding to it. And so this presentation, it's real precious to me. It was like once I accepted that gift to continue this work in research, I just got downloaded with all these things and I could make all these connections and I had all these theories. And so I'm really excited to share it with you all because it's real precious to me. And so this was Sasha's favorite quote. We have calcium in our bones, iron in our veins, carbon in our souls, and nitrogen in our brains. 93% stardust with souls made of flames. We are all just stars that have people names. So even scientifically, when a star dies, when it turns into dust, when it goes supernova, the iron that's in that dust from a star that has passed away is the actual iron that makes our blood red. So even scientifically, we are stars and stars are us. This is a condition my sister and I had our whole entire lives. It's called nova lunosis, the state of relaxation and wonderment while gazing upon the stars. You know that connection we have in our creation stories. That's we journey across the Milky Way to get here. And so when we're looking at the stars and gazing at those stars with that wonderment, because we are stars and stars are us, those stars are also gazing at us with that same wonderment. And they're like, oh, my little earth beings, I'm so excited for you. And so that wonderment is a reciprocal wonderment. And they're looking out for us 24 hours a day. We just can't see the stars during the day because the sun is so bright. But they're always there staring at us with that same wonderment. This is the first photo ever taken of a dying star. And it was taken by one of NASA's telescopes. And this is this photo was only released 2 years ago. This is the photo that pushed me to continue this work. But this is also the photo that showed me how beautiful death is. This journey, it really starts in our creation story. In our Haudenosaunee creation story, it starts in Sky World with Sky Woman. And they say that Sky Woman had a gift, and that her gift was that one day she was going to go on to do big things. But she had to be carrying life within her. So when Sky Woman got old enough, she found a partner, she became married, and she became pregnant. While she was pregnant, she craved the roots of this celestial tree. And a lot of our medicine plants, the medicine is in the root. And so she craved that medicine so much that those roots became weak. And the tree, it fell over and exposed this big dark hole. We have many versions of our creation stories, but every version has this dark hole that was opened up when the tree fell over. And oops. Oh, that didn't I'm gonna see. So this is a picture of a black hole. And what a black hole is scientifically is how you cross from one universe to the next. And when you go through that threshold of a black hole, it's a one-way journey. And this black hole, it's called Sagittarius A star. And it's only the second photo ever taken of a black hole. But so this one, it excited me because this black hole is located along the Milky Way. The Milky Way is our pathway from sky world to earth world. So I was like, and this is my theory, but what if this is an actual photo of, that black hole that's been talked about in all of our creation stories? And you see those three lighter areas on it? The number three, it's real important in a lot of our teachings because when Creator first made people, He blew those three breaths of life into us. And so you'll also see the number three, it'll pop up in a lot of our understandings. But what this black hole also looks like is an umbilical cord. And an umbilical cord, when you slice it in half down the middle, it almost looks identical to a black hole. And I know a black hole is a supermassive black hole, but they almost look similar. And an umbilical cord has those three sections. One provides nutrients, one provides oxygen, and one gets rid of waste. And so it's like it all already makes sense. And so as Sky Woman, she comes through that threshold that's actually an event horizon. And so when she begins to fall from Sky World, what we now call Earth World was Water World. We technically still kind of are, because Water World is still, Earth is still 70% water. So as we were all water, the Sky Woman began to fall from Sky World, and there was a turtle on the water, and there was water animals and water birds, and those water birds, they said, "What is that? I don't think she can fly. I don't think she has wings. We better catch her." So they formed together and they made a bed, and they let Sky Woman land on them. And the turtle, she told them, "You can lay her on my back." So those water birds, they lowered Sky Woman down to the back of the turtle. And so Sky Woman brought things with her from Sky World. She brought Arjun Hekwa, the corn beans and the squash. She also brought the sacred tobacco, the wild strawberries, and the wild potatoes. But she needed some soil to plant those things. So she talked to the water animals, and the water animals, they could communicate. So they're like, "Is there anything that we can help you with?" And she said, "I'm going to need some dirt." So they all dove down to try get dirt for her. The only one that was successful was little Anogi, the muskrat, and he gave her a handful of dirt. And she took that dirt and planted those seeds, and danced in a counterclockwise motion and sang seed songs to those seeds that we still sing today. And that's how she started to create earth on the back of the turtle. And that's why we still refer to North America, like our original homelands, as Turtle Island, because North America is still shaped like a turtle. Eventually, when the earth was first created, the continents end up splitting, but where we stayed as our homelands, that's why we call it Turtle Island. And then Sky Woman, she gives birth to a daughter. Her daughter grows very rapidly. When her daughter becomes old enough, she gets courted by the West Wind. Some also say Turtle Man. And he asks Sky Woman if he can marry her daughter. She agrees. And so he laid 2 arrows beside her. One had a flint tip and one had none. And she becomes pregnant with twin boys. When she gives birth to these twin boys, the right-handed twin, who we also call the creator, Songwaya Dizo, he was born the natural way. His brother, we call him the left-handed twin, the mischievous one, he was born out of her side. And their mother, she didn't survive childbirth. So she was buried in the earth that was created by her mother, Sky Woman. That's why we say Mother Earth, because her twin boys go on to create the earth. That's why we say Yonki Noha, our Mother Earth. So her sons, they go on, and Songwaya Dizo, the creator, had such a good mind that he created everything with this goodness. His brother, the mysterious one, would come along and try to like mess things up, but really they created a lot of balance. So everything we need has to have balance. And so their grandma, Sky Woman, she's the one that raised them. And when she passed away, they're kind of fighting over like where to bury her. And because they were fighting over her, her body was flung into the sky and she becomes the moon. So that's why we call the moon Yonki Sut. And that means she's the grandma to everyone. So that's how the earth was created and that's how the moon was created. And so even because Sky Woman becomes the moon also phases in that counterclockwise motion. And when we dance at our ceremonies in Longhouse, we also dance in that counterclockwise motion. If we were to break up with the Gregorian calendar that we use today, that was created in the 1500s, and went back to our original calendar is a lunar calendar. We had 13 months. Every month had 28 days, and it started at the new moon of every month. And so that first quarter, it's like when you would set your intentions for the month. But it's also the darkest skies, and the darkest skies have the brightest stars. So the stars would help us set our intention for the month. And then you put those plans into place. And then you have a full moon. That's the middle of the cycle. We give thanks to our grandma, the moon. And then after that, we make adjustments. And that final phase is when you rest and recharge and reset. We weren't so hustle and bustle, 7 days a week. We took that time to rest and recharge and reset so that we're good to go through the next moon cycle. So we have 13 moons that have 28 days, and then there's that one extra day for rest. And every phase isn't even 7 days. Sometimes they're 6, sometimes they're 7, and sometimes they're 8. Depending on the time of the year, if that phase needs more time, it's given more time. And when we give thanks to the moon, our grandma, that's real special that we do every month. And that's the best time of the month to let go of anything that isn't serving you purpose. And so when you let go of things, you also have to fill yourself back up with goodness. That's why we use strawberries, tobacco, and water. Because Sky Woman brought strawberries and tobacco with her from Sky World, those are celestial medicines. And when you use them together, strawberries and tobacco have similarities. They both have white flowers with a yellow center. They both have tiny seeds, and a wild strawberry and a tobacco pod are almost the same size. So when you use those two things together, it makes everything more magical, and it just helps the water helps everything flow. So every time you let go of anything, you got to fill yourself back up with that goodness so that you don't walk around with that open space to pick up unwanted things. And the men have a responsibility to the moon ceremony. They take care of the fire and they protect the circle. And so my family, we had full moon ceremonies for our grief after my sister passed away. And it helped us just let go of a little bit more every time. And then we have our elder brother, the sun. So we have different versions of our creation stories too. And some say that he was Sky Woman's older brother, and some also say that he was her partner. The common denominator is that he represents that positive male energy. And so the sun is actually a star, and it's the star that's closest to Earth. So because the sun is actually a star, everything that's nurtured by sunlight is actually nurtured by starlight. We have Earth and Venus. That's the original sisterhood. I believe that the creator that he made Venus feminine because he missed his mom. You know, he didn't have his mom, and so when he was creating the planets, he made them like a big family because he didn't have one. And even in our culture, our aunties are real special. And in Oneida, we say Agnalha for mother and Yugnalha for auntie. And all that means is another mother. So whenever our mothers need help, our our aunties will step into that role. My sister, when she passed away, she has a daughter, and one of her friends asked me, they said, "Are you gonna adopt her?" And I was like, "It's already done. Like we didn't have to do that paperwork or that contract. I stepped into that role like automatically to take care of her daughter." And that comes from how the planets are. And so when the creator was creating all the planets, he created them like a big celestial family. So Venus is feminine, Mars is masculine. That's like an uncle. Jupiter and Saturn, those are also masculine planets. Neptune and Pluto are feminine planets. Uranus and Mercury, those are neutral planets. They're not male or female. So I call those our two spirit planets. So the creator, he made that celestial family inclusive. 20 years, Pluto got kicked out of the solar system. I think that's mean. Um, so they say that, and I understand why, because it's like on a different plane, but it's now classified as a microplanet or a dwarf planet. But they also say Pluto is the tiny planet with the big heart. And I'm like, you can't kick Pluto out of the solar system family. So I keep her included. And so we have we have 9 planets. And for Haudenosaunee people, we also have 9 clan families. And that's even scientific. So we're a matrilineal society. We get our clans from our mother. But that's also scientific because of mitochondrial DNA. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. We have the exact same mitochondrial DNA as our mother, and as our mother's mother, and her mother's mother, and all of their children. And we also all have the same clans. Then we have the eclipse. So the big eclipse that just happened in April. I didn't even know it was going to be like so crazy as it was. It was like I had like reporters like after me, and I was so busy. It was a busy time. I didn't know it was like such a big thing. So the total solar eclipse in Oneida language, we call that Wadwadahni Dasle. The etymology of that word is that when their paths cross, they back each other up. So, a total solar eclipse, that path of totality, is helping to restore balance in that path of totality because Grandma Moon is a feminine energy and Etwat the sun, is a masculine energy. When their paths cross and they back each other up, it's restoring balance in that path of totality. So total solar eclipses, they happen somewhere in the world every 18 months. But the path of totality close to us, the last time was 99 years ago. The next time will be in 120 years. So that was the only time we're going to experience it in this location in our lifetime. And even so the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's also 400 times further away. Scientifically, they say that's a wonderful coincidence. But for Ongwehome people, for our understandings, that's not a coincidence. That's strategic planning. And the sun and the moon, they knew that they would have to cross paths every so often to help restore balance in that path of totality. So they're just going around the world trying to help that whatever location is in the path of totality, they're helping them to restore balance. And it was our turn this time, so it was real exciting to experience that. So the path that came from like Mexico all the way out through the east coast of Canada. So NASA said the best place to view the total solar eclipse was in Niagara Falls, New York. Niagara Falls, New York is Haudenosaunee homelands. That's Seneca territory. When I seen that NASA was going there for the eclipse weekend, I was like, NASA better call me because we need to be part of this conversation. I even like wrote it in my planner, like NASA in Niagara Falls, New York. So a couple of weeks after that, a lady reached out to me from Niagara Falls, New York, and she said, we're partnering with NASA for the weekend, and we would love for you to come and share your knowledge with us. And so I went and I opened up their weekend. When I finished, I told them, I said, I'll let NASA take over from here. You know the real science. I'll let NASA take over for the rest of the weekend. And so NASA, they gave us their eclipse classes. It said the eclipse through the eyes of NASA. And I'm like, what if I don't want to see the eclipse through the eyes of NASA? What if I want to see the eclipse through the eyes of the Haudenosaunee? So my friend, she made the Haudenosaunee version of the eclipse classes. And this is a simulation of it, but our elders, they tell us like it's so special we don't even have to look at it. And so um, when those paths cross, there are different reasons we're not supposed to look at it, and it is harmful to our eyes, but it's also an emotional factor. You know when you haven't seen your family for a while and you might see them and you get really emotional and everybody else says, I'm going to let you guys have a moment. It's the same thing when the sun and the moon, they're all excited to see each other. They get to visit for a couple of minutes and they have to say, see you later again. So it's real emotional for them. And like, we don't even have to look at it. We just have to embrace the energy of it. It's that special. And so while this was, oops, went the wrong way. While this was happening, there was also a whole celestial family reunion happening at the same time. Not all the planets, but a lot of planets were also aligned with the sun and the moon during the eclipse. Where I was in New York. So they tell us that a great law of peace was formed because of the total solar eclipse. When the Great Law of Peace was formed, all the nations in the Confederacy, we agreed to bury our weapons. And so, but what that Great Law of Peace did for us is it really armored us up to face the genocidal apocalypse that was to come. Because I don't know if we would have got through it, how we have come through if we didn't have this understanding already. To survive a genocidal apocalypse and wake up and still be thankful every day, that's a huge feat for a whole, nation of people. But that's how special the Great Law of Peace is. That's what that brought for us. And this was my favorite part. Um, where we were, it was cloudy. We didn't see the eclipse. We didn't see anything. And it was super dark. It got like 10 p.m. dark. But when the sun reemerged, there was like a 360-degree sunrise. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I was like, I know now why people chase eclipses, because I want to experience this again. And so there are people that's what they do. They chase eclipses. They travel the world every 18 months trying to see another eclipse. The next one is going to go through Greenland, Iceland, and Europe. So who knows? Maybe I'll be in Greenland. And so when the Creator first created stars, when he first created colors, he made the bluebird, the sunflower, and the red osier dogwood. Those are still the primary colors of the world. They're also the same color as stars. But how we think of hot as being red and blue as being cold, stars are the opposite. And the hottest star is blue, and the coldest star is red. And then this is a star pointer. This would have been like our first telescope because they tell us how it's like not polite to point at people. It's also not polite to point at stars. So we would have used these star pointer sticks. And even though they didn't actually magnify anything, when you can direct your vision to like one area, it kind of like blurs everything else out. So this would have been our first telescope. And then we have the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, and the Pleiades. So everything is in the stars. Our creation story is in the stars. Our clan system is in the stars. But this is really part of our celestial navigation, our astronomical navigation on the things that guide us the most. And so the Big Dipper, they say the Big Dipper was created because a long time ago there was a big bear outside of a community and is eating everything in the woods. So when the hunters went to hunt, they weren't successful because the bear was eating everything in the woods. And so the community got really hungry. They started to get really sick. So on 3 nights, 3 hunters, they had the exact same dream that they were going to hunt this great celestial bear. So when they woke up, that's what they did. They set out to hunt this great celestial bear. And they hunted him for a really long time. They could get close enough to him where they could harm him, but he would never die. And so what they did was they just kept hunting him and hunting him over and over. And that bear, he just got tired of being hunted. So one day the bear just ran as hard as he could and he jumped into the stars. He was like, I'm out of here. And those hunters, they said, we're not giving up. And they also chased him. And so the scoop of the Big Dipper represents the bear, and then the handle represents the 3 hunters. This is the Big Dipper from my house. My little brother, he's really into astrophotography. And so every fall, the hunters, they get close enough to the bear where they can harm him, and then the blood from that bear is what turns the fall leaves red and yellow and orange. So it's just a continuous cycle every single year. Then we have the Pleiades, and the Pleiades, they're part of the Milky Way also, but they're in our stories. They tell us we come from the Pleiades, and so they say the Pleiades. There was 8 young men, young boys, and they wanted to have a ceremony in the woods. So they went to their moms and they asked them for food, and their moms were like, "No, I'm not giving you food to take to the woods." So they're kind of upset. And they said, "We'll still dance and have our ceremony without our feast." And that's what they did. And their intentions were so strong when they were dancing and singing that they began to lift off the ground. And they just got higher and higher. And their parents came and they tried to call them back. But one dancer, he said, "Whatever you do, don't look back." And then they just kept getting higher and higher. And so there was one dancer, he did look back and he became a comet. But the rest of them, they danced all the way into the Milky Way. And so now they become an astronomical marker on like where to go back to Skyworld. I imagine like, you know how the airport and there's somebody out there guiding them? So the Milky Way is our path and it's humongous. So the Pleiades, they're like, you got to turn here now. This is like the way you got to go. And so this is where everything is in relation to each other. So where Taurus is, that's where the Pleiades are. So you come from the Pleiades, you travel down the Milky Way, you come through Sagittarius A star, and then you come to Earth. That's where everything is all together in relation to one another. This is an Eagle Nebula. So some nebulas, there's different types of nebulas, but some nebulas are like daycare centers for stars. And all these nebulas, these little new stars, they'll cluster together. But this Eagle Nebula, it's located near the near the Pleiades. And so in our teachings, the eagle is the bird that can fly the highest. He's Creator's messenger. So we know we're on a good path and the eagle will come and visit us. So it's kind of cool that when we're on the path back to Sky World, when we pass away, that we'll cross by an Eagle Nebula first before we get to the Pleiades. So everything's already like mapped out for us. We don't even have to worry. This is how you find the North Star. If you line up a line from the side of the Big Dipper and the handle of the Little Dipper, that's Polaris. Polaris and the two stars on the outside scoop of the Little Dipper, they have the same brightness. Those other four stars in the center, they're not as bright. That's why the Little Dipper is always harder to find. You can also tell time using the Big Dipper, with 24 being midnight and going counterclockwise until the sun comes up. You can measure daylight with your fingers, and you can measure it by however many fingers you can fit in between the bottom of the sun and the horizon. Every finger is 15 minutes. So if you use one finger, when I took this picture, I could only fit one finger in between the bottom of the sun and the horizon line. So I knew I had 15 minutes of daylight left. So however many fingers you can fit, like during the day you can fit a whole bunch of hands. So you know you have a lot of hours. The Big Dipper also lets us know what season it is for the position it is. And same with the solstices and the equinoxes. So it's summer solstice now. And so we think of the seasons changing, but also our relationship and our time we're spending with the sun and the time we're spending with the moon and the time we're spending with certain stars, because everything keeps moving. These are real special days because the seasons are changing here, but the seasons are also changing in Star World. So that's why we celebrate these things. They're so important. When the Creator first made people, He took clay and He put all of that stardust into us. And then He blew 3 breaths of life into us. So not only are we stars, but we are also universe. These are the Oneida words, the star words. Ojis, Dojistokwa, Yojistokwalu, Hakwajilet, and Yungwajistaya. When we say Hakwajilet, my family, we're also including our star family. It's in the word. Then we have that fire within us, that Yungwajistaya, that vibration, that connection. It's up to us to keep that vibration high, because we have to vibrate high to receive our best gifts. When we vibrate low, we attract low vibrational things. So we got to do that work to keep our vibration high. And everything that we give thanks to in the Ganahela Dunksla, all of those elements in earth, those are all of our helpers to help raise our vibration. Sometimes we just got to go to the sun. We just got to go to the water. We just go to the small plants. We go to the trees, the birds, the thunders, the stars. All of those things will automatically raise our vibration. Then we have the circle in life of death, stardust to stardust. When we're born, we travel across the Milky Way, we're covered in stardust. And the midwives or our family or the nurses, they clean us off. When we go home, we travel back across the Milky Way, we're covered in stardust again. And they clean us off in Sky World. So that whole, circle of life and death and birth, it's all just as beautiful. This is human ashes under a high-powered microscope. It looks like the universe. When a star is born, this happens when atoms of light elements are squeezed under enough pressure for their nuclei to undergo fusion. And when we're born as humans and we come through that birth canal, it looks like the same thing as when a star is being born. When a star passes away, it runs out of fuel. That star collapses, and the outer layers, they explode as a supernova. So we have to think of it just as special that when our loved ones pass away, they've also just become a supernova. In the Milky Way, so this is an artist from Ganawage. Her name is Candace Snook. She painted the Milky Way and then she beaded berries along it. And I remember seeing that picture in an art show, and I was like, someday I want that hanging on my wall. And I did this presentation in her community, and she gifted me a print of it. And so now I have that on my wall. But I showed it to my uksut, my grandma, and she told me that long time ago that the old people they would say, "Julekwa aguayaku guasut." What that means is, I almost went and picked berries last night. But what they really meant by it is when they were telling a story, they would say, "I almost died last night," because they knew that the Milky Way was lined with berries. So even scientifically, the dust from the stardust from the Milky Way, it contains ethyl formate. Ethyl formate is the compound that gives raspberries its distinct flavor. So, my people have always known these things. This is the Milky Way from Haudenosaunee homelands, like in Chittenango Falls a couple of weeks ago. It's like Milky Way season now. I've never seen the Milky Way like that, and I know it photographs different, but I'm on the hunt to see the Milky Way like that. So this is picture of a star that's gone supernova, but it also looks like a placenta, and a placenta looks like a tree. So that takes us all the way back to the beginning in Sky World when Sky Woman was pregnant and craved the roots of that celestial tree, and she was going to end her time there to create a new journey. It's all connected, that whole circle of life and death and birth. It's all just as beautiful. This is my theory. I don't think it's going to work on here. So they tell us that when our loved ones pass away, my little thing, I usually have a shooting star that will shoot, but it's not working on this one. They tell us that when our loved ones pass away, there comes a time when they send their gifts back, they send their knowledge back, they send their teachings back. So I was laying there one night, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was like, when does this happen? When do they start to send their gifts back? And I just heard this like voice in my head, and it said, in a shooting star. So I was like, what is a shooting star? Anyways, like actually. And a shooting star isn't actually a shooting star. It's a meteor, and a meteor is a rock. And the energy of it is what's burning up in the sky of what we think to be a shooting star. A lot of times it'll burn up and turn into dust. If it stays intact, it becomes a meteorite. And a couple of years ago, scientists they found DNA in meteorites that made it to Earth. So this is my theory, but I share it because it makes my heart happy. And so that's how I believe that our loved ones start to send their gifts back. Because how come we feel so lucky when we see a shooting star? How come we wish on a shooting star? And how come sometimes we just know how to do things that nobody ever told us? So the next time you see a shooting star, give thanks to it because somebody just got their family's gifts back. That's a shooting star from at my house in the corner there. And so when you think about, the definition of a scientist, it's a person who is studying or has expert knowledge of one or more of the natural or physical sciences. Ongwehome people, indigenous people, we've always naturally been scientists, astronomers, astrophysicists, mathematicians, engineers, architects, biodiverse farmers, lawmakers, doctors, inventors, artisans, social workers, therapists, teachers, and so much more, even before the institutions existed. So the work I do, I nurture all of those things. And all the theories I have, when I tell them, a few years ago, I would have thought, who am I to have a theory? I'm just Sam Dockstader, a girl from the res with big dreams. And now I think, who am I not to? When I tell my people all my theories, they're like, Sam, you believe it? Because this happened to me and this happened to me. And when I share my theories with like Eurocentric astronomers and astrophysicists and scientists, they all tell me the same thing. They're like, Sam, we'll never have that kind of technology or knowledge to tell you what you're saying isn't true. So I tell them, very well then. So I just want to give a special thanks to all the people that have been helping me on this journey that just keeps growing and growing and growing. This is a short version of this presentation. I like condensed it for you all. It sometimes goes like 2 hours, but y'all for spending your time with me and listening. I think we have the next person. Is the next person coming on? Oh, do you need the clicker or no? Okay. I'm gonna sit down there.
We always be standing up for 30 minutes. Anyway, we were having. I'll use this mic. Nishnawbe. In my language, Nishnawbe means that from whence we were lowered to have this life. And from the one became the many. On Turtle Island, there are 69 indigenous language groups, and I'm pretty sure there was a lot more. But recent 500 years, it deteriorated. Oh, I didn't even know I had the slides. I thought it was freestyling, but this is what we're referring to. I'm from the heart of the turtle. I'm at the center of Canada. I'm from a place called Cook's Creek, just outside of Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm from the Interlake, the lakes of Manitoba. And my common name is Alan Sutherland. I introduced this morning as White Spotted Horse of the Lynx clan. And they tell me I got 10 minutes to talk to you about the history of the world. Well, I talked about how we became a creator, a co-creator, when I introduced ourselves. That it's not so much the image of God, it's the function of God. You see, when the Creator dreamt it of life, creation, he also seen it, had a vision of it, see what it would look like, and has inspiration, aspire to that dream. And then all the sequence of motion, frequency, energy, creation happened. Some will say it was a voice, but it happened. And then to receive what you create, to take in what you put out there. That is what we were taught, that we are co-creators. That you're part of creation, yes, but you're part of the source, that universal source that comes with many names. Some will say God, or some will say Gitchi Manitou. From this source, we are part of that source. It started off with that first blast, Big Bang, I guess, of creating all that, and it's still growing, by the way. It's still expanding. New as old universes and galaxies are, it's imploding or exploding. I don't know how that goes. There are new ones, but it's still expanding. And I love that they take these pictures out in the universe and to see if they went in that one direction, what do they find? These beautiful pictures. But they have these powerful artificial intelligence computers that would take all that imagery and look for the sequence in terms of, they look for a pattern. And if you were to reverse that pattern, where would it go? Everything's circular. So it was showing there was a pattern. I went to a singularity. Then they let it go again. Now, when it comes to where we are in things, and this small little precious planet in this Milky Way, the third rock from the sun, we're quite small. And when you compare ourselves to these other planets and suns and so forth, we're quite small, however, quite precious. I talk to children in schools. I said, this is our Goldilocks story, where there's three bears. You know, I'm pretty sure we all heard the story, you know, about this little Goldilocks girl checking out the home of the three bears. And I don't know what society was trying to teach us, that it's okay for home invasion, but there it is. Because they weren't there. So she tried out these three things, right? You know, the bed, the chairs, you know, the porridge or the soup. And, you know, one is too cold and the other one is too hot and the other one is just right. Well, that's how we're made up in our own backyard here, that we call the Milky Way, or our portion of the universe. That if you're too close to the sun, we burn up, too hot. If you're too far away, we're too cold. So we're just right. And when it comes to the size of our planet, it's very precious, because it takes so many, can take anything like an asteroid or tilt of the Earth, polarity and all that, and to make changes. But the Earth always recover. In our ancient stories, we talk about this is our third age of, some will say it's actually, there's a fourth one coming of change, but this is the third change. They know of these two other changes that took place, and we survived them. Our stories are quite ancient. That goes back to the story I'm just sharing with you of creation. Anishinaabe, a creation story. It's our story. And I always tell people, we the people of the earth, Aki, all have our stories. We all have our origin stories. Even on Turtle Island, we all have different stories. And they're all truthful. They're all truthful. Nobody can claim it happened one way. But in our stories, it gives us our identity of who we are. And what I'm sharing with you is quite ancient, that survived colonization, survived that they outlaw our ceremonies and our teachings. Can't teach it, can't gather. And it had to go underground. It's not meant to go underground. It was meant to be shared to all that wants to learn these things. But to save oneself, you got to go and hide it. So I guess I have to say that too. There was so much that the newcomers, especially religion, that didn't like our worldview so much, that everything is spirit. The trees is spirit. All the animals and plants and everything in life, the rock, is spirit. Your dog Fido is spirit. No. Because they're getting it all mixed up with soul and spirit. But I'm just saying that all of creation, including who we are and what's inside of us, is what we would call today a soul, is spirit. Everything is spirit. But 500 years ago, that was too much to take in. So along the way, they says we got to do something about this. Especially that we believe that we had hundreds and hundreds of lives since creation, commonly known as reincarnation from other cultures. That was the one that they didn't want us to have. So there was a conflict of core belief systems. So when you get into this narrative of who we are, that was us saying we're empowered, that your spirit is internal, and that the life you have on earth is a journey, however temporary it is. And this journey that we call earth is not an easy one, but it's so beautiful. Paradise. So much opportunities. So when the blue flames were lowered and they became that 4 colors, those 4 spirit colors, and then became the many peoples with different backgrounds and different religions and different teachings and worldviews. That's a beautiful story. And then even in our prophecies, we're told we're supposed to get together and learn from each other and really evolve. Well, that happened in our 5th fire. That didn't happen. Something else happened. Instead of the universal brotherhood, sisterhood, then we said, we got to do something about you. So that we went into this storm for a little while. Some will say we needed to be challenged. Is our faith strong enough to withstand? I don't know. The Creator would always give you what you will never break you, will give you enough so that you can survive anything. As Indigenous people, and we went through this storm, that colonization that has the saying that, you weren't even one of us. You're a subspecies. You're Indian. You're a band of Indians. I'm a historian. I have a little room back over here. I'm selling timeline posters that talks about the events since Columbus. But where did the word Indian comes from? It just comes from a Latin word, a colonial word of new people and God. See, Columbus went the wrong way, got lost. And he says, well, we found them. We found the Indians. When, it wasn't much later that they realized this has happened to be a new continent, a new world. And from his era, especially from Columbus, he says, no, the world's not flat. We'll prove it. We'll go over the horizon. So there was a lot of those limiting beliefs. So when he met the Indigenous people for the first time, he's seen paradise. They were sharing, they were giving, they were healthy. And he wrote in his journal, the word Indias, and Indias means Indian, means people in God. But he wrote in that journal, these people will make great slaves. They're not even people. So he's conveying this back to Europe, to the Pope at that time, Pope Alexander, that was telling all of Europeans in the New World, these are subspecies, they're not human beings. And this went on for 17 years, but more people were coming all the time. And they get to know the people that are there, and they're actually human beings. So after 17 years, there was another Pope to proclaim they're human beings, but they don't have a Christian God. But that was the seeds that would plant into the minds of all Europeans that we were inferior, a subspecies, not good enough. But in our stories about us, we're all related. We're related to the trees, to the rocks, to the plants, everything around us. We're related by spirit, including the newcomers. So it's very important to understand that we are one. These are ancient stories that says that we came from the source. I give you a place, Majan, you must go to experience life. Because the Creator had a purpose. He just didn't want creation. Sit back and see how that goes. He wants to live through us as co-creators. So we came from the source. Our souls, our spirit, came to such places like the planet Earth, which is beautiful, but not easy. It's tough. But this is a great place to evolve, to truly learn who you are. For the Creator wants to learn this, your true joy when you hold your child for the first time, or a grandfather for the first time in your arms, and you feel such bliss, love. Or you try something new, a new food, new beverage, something that's, hey, that's enjoyable. That's bliss. That's beautiful. But the Creator also wants to know how, if you were challenged and struggle, how did you overcome it? How did you grow? So life is about growing, but learning that this is an emotional experience. This is a place of heart, emotional experience to learn about the good, the bad, the ugly, and the blessings. And the thing is, we're all at a different pace. Some don't know that they can learn, that they don't have to be bounded by their past. Do your inner work, bring you to a place where that is a learning place, but you don't get stuck there. What life truly is to live in the spirit of the moment of now. And not so worry about so much for the future and have anxiety over it, because that's not even created yet. Your anxiousness that you're feeling today is probably something that's going on inside of you, or depression, the past. But once you realize that you are a co-creator and you can create the life that you want, you create the world that you want, because that's the promise, go ahead. I give you a place. Create the life you want. Create the place. And that is what the earth is about. We're still struggling. You know, after all this time, shouldn't there be an absence of war and hunger, hate and violence? We're so closer together now because of technology that we instantly hear all the tragedies and stories. But where's the good news? That should be dominating. So I want to let you know that we're all on a different journey at different levels. And my daughter is really, I'll share with you yesterday, she had to be taken to the hospital for her mental health because she's overwhelmed. She's an empath, very sensitive in this world today. And there's many empaths since the 90s that are being born now. They're here to save the planet, but they're so sensitive. If nobody's there to give them instructions how to look after themselves, they'll get overwhelmed. And she was overwhelmed yesterday. Before I came and flew here, I seen her in the morning. I says, why are you up so early? It was like 5 o'clock. Oh, I have so much on my mind. Oh, you're okay? Yeah, I'm just walking. But later on, and I was told she's taken to the hospital. And I know what's her angst. I know what's her really trying to deal with. She is too engaged in the world events, especially what's going on the other side of the world with those conflicts in the Middle East. And a lot of young people are really upset. And I told her, I says, if we all responded in a loving and a powerful prayer, we'll get things to a better place. But if we were all stuck in that heaviness and that sadness and that anger, that helplessness, then you're going to be overwhelmed. I tell people just to observe, but don't absorb. When you have the ability to do something, then do something. But you can't be worrying about something that's so far away. But you know, your spirit can go over there and help. And that's prayer. And that is praying for these things. And it works. When Russia first invaded Ukraine, it looked like they were going to just take over really quickly. They had this convoy of these trucks, and they're all heading out to their big city. And then it fell short. All of a sudden, it stopped for a whole week. I like to say that I'm powerful enough in my prayer with my pipe that it made that happen. No, I'm just only one person. But I did pray. I did pray for the chance that Ukraine could defend themselves. So I did my part in this side of the world of what I know. But that's the power of collective prayer, that we can send the energy of love and make things to the positive. So I just wanted to share that story with you, that you are a co-creator. Create the life you want. Create the world that you want. You're not empowered. You're not a victim. You're very powerful. If you think your body is that size that you are today, you're absolutely wrong. Your soul is bigger than this place. But we're all connected energy like. And those are sort of the stories now that we're sharing to the world. The Anishinaabe had to go underground to save it for ourselves, for our people. But our people are scattered in the wind after the storm. We're picking up the pieces. We're sharing the stories. Now we're sharing it with others that want to join. In other words, this is not one part of the garden that benefits what they have. It's meant that we are all part of the same garden called the planet Earth. So let's take our strengths and empowerment and let's learn from each other and to create the world that we all want, especially for the next generations. So that's why I started that by saying, if you can dream it, you can envision it, and then you can manifest it by talking about it, sharing it. This is what I'm going to do. Then do it. And then receive. Because I've been doing that for a while and it works. Whatever you put a rock in the middle of a pond, you have that impact. You created the action. You just throw it in the middle of the pond, and what we'll have is an effect, cause and effect. The frequency, the waves, the energy will reach to all shores, and then it goes back into the center where it started. That's who you are. You are a creator. Now, what kind of creator you want to be? Positive, love, or is it going to be lost, negative energy? So what's very important to get us all in a good place? Let's deal with our inner work. Let's learn from our life that depress us, that hold us back, and release. So I always teach people to say, look at the lesson, but release the energy and go on to the next picture that shows up. Keep doing it. Then you get to a place where there's peace, there's calmness, there's like acceptance. I live in the power of the now and the power of the moment. I enjoy everything that happens at this very moment. The future cannot be created, but you can create the seeds of the moment and throw it on your path. What do you want down there? What's your vision? What's your dreams? And guess what? It'll be waiting for you because you threw it on your path. But if you wake up every day and 80% of the population has negative thoughts, don't let that get in your way. I always talk about wake up to the music that you enjoyed, the one that makes you happy. You know, when maybe you're younger, then somebody yells out in the crowd, "What's yours?" Glad you asked. Well, in the days of the 80s, it was Yebel Riel. What was that his name? Billy Idol? Oh, that's powerful. If that was, I wake up to that, I'm energized. So it overrides my human ego, the human program that says, get busy, you got to do this. Oh my God, the stress there if I go to work. Well, that's going to be the energy you'll carry for the rest of your day. But if I started off with good energy, I ground myself, then I just treat life like, what's to learn today? And then at the end of the day, meditate, think about all the good gifts that you received that day. And then you're thankful. Next day, start again. Create a new life. Create. Make things that you want in this life. So all my guests that are here, all the teachers that are here, and they're only sharing a little bit. Yeah, I shared a little bit. But enough to let you know that there's a commonness to it. We all have core beliefs. A lot of them there's a lot of universal messages, and you make the connection. If it resonates with you, that's your spirit, your essence of who you are, that says, yeah, man, we already got this. We know this. It's just that before you're born, you ain't supposed to take all that knowledge. You're supposed to start from scratch. The spiritual being goes around and goes, shh. So that little indent on human beings, shh. A veil is put over you. And some will have it a little higher than others. They're gifted that way. Some will have to work at it. And sometimes it's just a human experience. You're evolving as a human being, but you have all that information in you. When it comes to healing, you already know how to heal yourself. It just takes another healer to remind you of this, show you what you can do. There's a lot of healers participating out there. So your spirit knows this already, had many lives. In this life, you're not powerless. You already know that. Just work towards it. So we have to learn to do the inner work. You got to learn how to forgive. You got to learn to grow, try new things, expand your mind. Sky is not the limit. Why stop at the sky? Universe is what you're tapping into, because that's your soul already. It's just the veil is there. So every once in a while, just lift some more. So if this resonates with you, that's my gift to you all. I just gave you a little bit. Anyway, there's usually a lady that goes around and says, you got 1 minute left. And I've been doing this for over 20 years, speaking to people, and I'm actually got 5 minutes. And I'm going to speak again. And I'm not sure what I'm going to say. It was this to start the new, from my introduction to that we are all creators. Create the life you want, create the world you want. And there are these 4 gifts. When the white one went, right away. And the yellow one went right away. The black one went next, went right away. Yeah, I can't wait to get down there and experience life. Now the red one, wait a minute. See, time is a human construct. So I said, wait a minute. Human beings have got to have time, space. Why should I go there? And the Creator explains, because I need this experience. I need to grow with you. So you're going to get as a name. You're going to have an individual journey in this life experience. So everybody has a name. In our stories, there's even the original name was Waine Buju or Nanabush in the library books. But he had a name. But he didn't earn it. He had to earn it. But he had to go name everything. Name all the different animals, the trees, locations. Got to go name everything. So the Anishinaabe language is everywhere. Even ends up being that we speak it without even knowing these ancient language. Ontario, Cree, I believe. Clear Lake. Did you know that? I'll keep going on. Quebec. I think it was Iroquois, which means it narrows. Gulf of St. Lawrence. You go to my place, Manitoba, Manitowoc, Cree. Manitou, spirit, Manitowabi, this is where the spirit is, or this is where the spirit sits. You go to Saskatchewan, and that's Swift Cree, Swiftwater, Swift Currents, Saskatchewan, Swiftwater. You go to Alberta, you got to give one to the people that came later. You know, it's about sharing. So over there, it was named after Alberta. Was named after Queen Victoria's niece. So give one to them, I guess. British Columbia was named after the Columbia River. It was a British colony since the time of Captain Cook. So it was always known as British Columbia. But wherever you go, you're going to find the names. Canada. Anybody know the name of why it's called Canada in the first place? The village? Yes. Good marks for you. But most Canadians don't know, unless you watch CBC commercials, I guess. Historical moments. So it's a time of when early explorers were exploring the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and Jacques Cartier seen these four youth and asked them, "What do you call your village over there?" Kanata. All right. So he wrote it in a journal. He went to see the king, and where did you go? I went to Canada. Mispronounced it. Which means our settlement, our village. So in 1867, when they wanted to become a country, and they were talking about, let's think of some names. And it wasn't a long debate. He says, we always known this place as Canada. So its first name was actually the Dominion of Canada. But I love the fact that Canada's name is our village, because Canada is, even today's context to what's going on, we are a global village. Now, a village to enrich oneself is to grow by other people's culture, knowledge, trade, intermarriages, getting to know each other, celebrating with each other. So that's who we are. From the roots and values and culture and stories and teachings, Canada still retained its identity as a global village that still invites others from around the world to find a better place for opportunities. And that's what makes Canada so unique. For a while there, they says, oh, we're Europeans, or oh, we're like United States, and we get their TV and movies from them. When our own constitution came around, they were falling short that Canada was going to be what? Based on French and English identity. Our people had to fight our way in and says, who invited you here in the first place? And we made treaties to open up our territories for others to live with us, because we were all part of this for over 250, 300 years. And then in order to become a country from coast to coast to coast, that's eventually who we ended up being, Canadians. But the dark story is, and if you get my timeline, you'll see the passage that they wanted our lands and our territories, but they didn't want us. And yet we are nation builders together to a certain point. Well, anyway, I'm going to just hand this out to the next speaker. I'm not sure. There she is. One moment. The other two teachings is this. You also have an ancestor that enriches you, that makes you unique. And you're a part of Canada. Your story belongs. It's not a melting pot. It's a star blanket. You put your piece in the quilt and it grows. The greatest of all gifts is your free will. You choose in this life what you want. But the reason why I have problems, because everybody has free will. So if we learn how to get along with each other and from our stories and commonness and common ground and what it is to truly be a Canadian, you know what? We can be that light and beacon of hope for the rest of the world. And I think we are. We just have to embrace that. And the fourth gift is this: you're here for a reason. You have purpose. Who are you? Why are you here? Well, anyway, these are the four gifts of being a human being. And so the red spirit says, okay, I'll go then. Miigwech.
Awesome. Amazing, eh? Like, how you like the venue? It's good, eh? I was like, yeah, ACC? Oh no, the meeting place is good. Or the meeting house, sorry. I'm very ambitious. Thank you so much. I call him Elder. He said, I guess I better start being called Elder. So I had the privilege this week to hang out with Lacey. This is Lacey Hill. Yeah. I just said to her, you're so cool. And she's like, well, you're cool too. I was like, yeah. Amazing. Here you go. She came to have a little break with us today, and truly honored that we're together in this space. Yeah, how's it go?
It just goes in there.
All right.
You know how it goes. Sego. Oh yeah. Is it the wrong one? Yep. Leave it to me to put it in the wrong hole. Dang. So happy Indigenous Day. My name is Lacey Hill. I'm from Six Nations. And today is one of my most busiest days, I guess, which is like, I think every day is Indigenous Day, but that's just me. I'm gonna sing you a few songs today, and I'm so happy to be here. I've never performed here before, and it's super cool. So thank you so much for joining me today. I'm gonna sing you a cappella song to dedicate my energy and my love to the ones that couldn't be here today. And those are all the kids at the residential school. When I first decided to really take music for real, I had the absolute privilege to record my first vocal recordings and music in the residential school at by my reserve, Six Nations. And it was quite remarkable to be in there because now it's all renovated and you know, a lot of things have been taken out of there and a lot of new things have been put in. And I had the privilege to go there and be recording in the little girls' room. And that was in the second floor in like the east wing. And I was in the stairway there, getting prepared to record, and something come up, and I had to honor that in that way. So I'm gonna sing it to you here in honoring of them because of their lack of opportunity to share their gifts with the world. It's called Medicine Bag, and it's meant to protect us, right? Because that's what medicine bags do. Quarter after 3, in the middle of the night, you put a spell on me. Oh, baby, you ain't right. So don't count on me if you need a thing. Sing my protection song. I got my medicine bag. I got my medicine bag. I got my medicine bag. Sing my protection song. I got my medicine bag. Oh, hey, we're live, folks. There's a lot of brilliant people out there being together today, celebrating each other, and teaching along the way. And the one thing I really love to talk about is love. I think we don't talk about it enough. And so I'm going to sing you a song called Love Wins. Sunrise, can you feel the warmth upon my skin? Close your eyes, can you feel the wind? She's got your back. It's amazing to feel like that. Love wins when you're right by my side. Love wins when I got my ride or die. Together we're tied. It's amazing to feel like that. Love wins when you're right by my side. Yes, it does. Love wins when I got my ride or die. Together we're tied. It's amazing to feel like that. Love wins. Love wins. Love wins. Love wins. Thanks. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Grandmother's Voices and Judy for all the work and all the volunteers. Everybody's been coming together and putting forth to this really awesome event. And I'm so glad you're able to make it with us today. There's lots of events going on, so I'm glad you're here. This one, during COVID times, I had to be like kind of savvy with how I was gonna make my money because like all my shows were canceled and everything. So I was like, okay, well maybe it'll be cool if I like, try for like putting my songs in movies and stuff. So there's this really cool sci-fi comedy. I don't know if you know it or not, but it's called Resident Alien. Yeah, no? Nobody's heard of that? Well, it's a sci-fi comedy about this alien that comes down and he's got to pretend he's human. But my friend Gary Farmer, he's in it, and he's from Six Nations. So he hooked me up with a couple songs to be in that TV show. So if you do watch it, keep your ear out. There's a few songs in there. This one's one of them. Are you ready? Just beyond those clouds there's sunshine, so bright your eyes. Oh, I won't lie, you've been on my mind, buried in these memories that I find. Well, all I see is you. In my heart, I know it's true. Without you around, I'm blue. 'Cause all I ever see is you. Well, all I see is you. In my heart, I know it's true. Without you around, I'm blue. 'Cause all I ever see, all I ever see, all I ever see is you. Right on. So I've been traveling around. I've been to Australia and did some touring around there last year, and I just got back from Banff because I got into this really cool storyteller's residency. I'm writing a children's musical. It's really cool, and I can't wait to share with you once it's done. Thanks. So it's been really cool to be on that side of writing, because usually I'm just like, singing and songwriting. But that's the thing about art and the things that are in art, because we can be so expressive in that. And I always promote expressing yourself. That's what we're meant to do. We have these really beautiful gifts in our heart and in our bundle that Creator gave to us. So it's our duty to exercise that, I've had a lot of lessons in my life to put me here today that I had to learn. And so I'm so grateful to be able to be here with you today to share these things. I lost my partner when I was younger. I don't want to age myself, but, it was a few years ago, and I lost her to cancer. And so my whole second album is like a grieving album of our love and how we met and how we fell in love and how I had to let her go, And so if you're ever feeling like that or you miss a loved one, you can always Google or YouTube my name, and all my music will come up, which is pretty cool. Because I live on the res, so being able to Google my name and actual good things come up, is pretty good. I think I'm doing all right, and still being, living on the res. So this one's called Better Days. Let me hold you a little longer. You don't got nowhere to be. Look into my eyes, come a little closer. Oh, 'cause time stands still when you're right next to me. 'Cause there ain't no time when you're right next to me. Let me come down, get me off my knees. I can see you smiling now on summer breeze. Oh, you've been on my mind since the day we had to part, and I know there's Miss your face, I'll miss your skin under my fingertips. And I know that you know that I'll find. 'Cause you'll be watching me up on cloud nine. Oh yeah, yeah. Every calm down, get me off my knees. I can see you smiling now on summer breeze. Oh, you've been on my mind since the day we had to walk. And I know there's better days than this. I know there's better days for this broken heart. Heaven come down, get me off my knees. I can see you smiling now on summer breeze. Oh, you've been on my mind since the day we had to walk. And I know there's better days for this broken heart. I know there's better days for this broken heart. I know there's better days for this broken heart. So this is being live streamed, so I just wanted to welcome everybody in for the join in today on this beautiful day. I hope everybody's staying hydrated. I know I got to. I'm like sensitive to the heat. I'll heat stroke right out, you know, and it's like it's kind of like pneumonia, you know, like once you get it once, you're like susceptible to it afterwards. And I think maybe because I'm getting older, you know. Anywho, tip of the day, drink some H2O, you know, and love that water. In fact, you know, one of the biggest things that Indigenous say is water is life. And it's 3 simple words, but it's so much more than that. And like, I don't know if you guys are like nerdy like me, but sometimes I need to know what the 3 words really mean. So I have to go and do my other digging on the scientific part of things. And there's a doctor, his name is Dr. Imoto, and he's a Japanese scientist. And what he did was he took 2 glasses of water and he talked real good to one and real nasty to the other, and they froze it. Like he was in the classroom, right? He's a scientist. All these scientists are doing all these, you know, things to prove points, right? So they froze the waters, and when they looked at the water after it being frozen, the one cup that they talked real good to looked like heaven, looked perfect, perfect shapes, perfect crystals, perfect water. And then they looked at the negative one, and they seen that it was jagged, almost growing mold, you know, real nasty looking, right? So this is why I'm telling you this, is because we are made up of 70% water. And so what your thoughts matter. Your thoughts matter. And every single one of them too. So make sure that they're good thoughts, because that's going into our water and our vessels in our bodies. And I think that's really cool, because Indigenous people have been saying water is life, and that is life. How are we going to live it, right? Are we going to live it with good thoughts or negative ones? And I know we go through some negative times with, you know, devastations, you know, things like that life brings about. But how are we going to stay there? or we're going to be resilient enough to come over here and start talking well to ourselves. And once we talk well to ourselves, I feel like we talk well to others. It overflows. So just a little lesson in science, and you can go ahead and Google that too if you want. But yeah, it's pretty cool to be able to share these types of things with you. I have this story. The last time I was in Banff was like post-pandemic, and I got in for music. And I was going in to finish my third album. And I went there, and it was like an open, it wasn't like, oh, just Indigenous people for this program. It was like for everyone. So I got in, which was surprising. And I get there, and the guy, I get there early because I don't want to be like that native and always late. With that being said, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one on time today. So I get there early, and he's like, oh yeah, welcome, come on in. And it was in a circle, all these chairs. So I sit down, and everybody else comes in too, and everybody's sitting down, and the guy comes, sits right beside me. And he's like, all right, welcome to Banff, doing some housekeeping, you know, all the bathrooms are there and blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's get into it. We're gonna introduce everybody to get to know our program people. I'm like, okay, great. And here I am, I'm like, I showed up first, so there's no way I'm gonna be last to introduce myself. But sure enough, he's like, he goes to his left and he's like, all right, James, you wanna start first in introducing yourself? So I was like, oh, I'm last. Great. So James, he's like, oh yeah, I'm a doctor in music, and I've been doing it for 25 years. Oh, okay. And then Nancy stands up and says, I'm Nancy, I'm from the South, and I'm music therapist, and I've been doing it for 40 years. And so on and so forth, right? And then it's me, and I'm like, hi, my name is Lacey Hill, I'm from Six Nations. I'm not a doctor, you know? So we get these cabins, and you go and you do your work in these cabins. So the mountains, I don't know whether you've ever been to the BC mountains, you know that they're kind of like full of energy, right? And they kind of mess you up sometimes. And this program was a 3-week program, okay? So for 2 weeks, I was sitting in that room just calling myself down like I'm not good enough, right? And I don't really talk to myself like that because I know how thoughts work, right? And usually I'm in the manifestation realm and I'm doing like these good things, you know, and usually I can get myself out of it if I were to like spiral in a negative way. But this one lasted for 2 weeks in the wrong time, wrong place. But maybe it was like the perfect time and the perfect place after I look at it. But after the 2 weeks, I didn't have anything produced. I couldn't share anything. And every day is like a share circle, right? So for 2 weeks, I'm not sharing nothing. And they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, never mind. Little did I know I was going through imposter syndrome. Have you ever had that? You know what that is, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't have to go through that. That was a perfect example of it. So hopefully you're listening to my story. So anyways, the one night, it was a full moon, right? And I'm like, I'm down for the moon, man. Like me and the moon have this thing, and you know, like it's a relationship. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna lay some tobacco down and I'm gonna pray, you know, like, cause I don't know what else to do at this point. And so I go out there and I look up into the mountains, and it's like the perfect sky. You could see like every star and a great big moon just shining down on me. And I lay my tobacco and I'm like, well, come on then. I'm here. Let's go. And so I went back into my hut and I wrote this song. And it was actually #1 on the Indigenous Music Countdown last year. So that's pretty cool. And this will be my last song to you today. So I hope this stays with you, and I hope it heals any part of your heart that might be hurt. And know that you are good enough. You can try to fight it, try to fight with all your might. Night creeps in with the dimness of light. His moon is calling, and will be falling. You'll be asleep in my arms in the matter of time. Give me a weight, lay right on top of mine. I'll take your worries, give you some peace of mind. You'll be asleep in my arms in the matter of time. Cause the moon keeps on calling, and you will be falling. You'll be asleep in my arms. You'll be asleep in my arms. You'll be asleep in my arms in a matter of time. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Grandmother's Voices, for a beautiful, beautiful event. Judy, thank you so much. Here she comes now. Oh my goodness, she's all over the place, folks. Give her a round of applause. Come on down, Judy. Come on down now, Judy. Your price is right. We got this big drum here. You got to pick which one. If it's the right one, you win a prize. Jokes. Anyways, thank you so very much. I'm gonna unplug now.
Judy, Jody. I'll still answer to her.
Is it Judy or
Jody. That's okay though.
Judy?
I'll say yes.
Jody.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
so
okay.
sorry.
I know, but you're as tired as I am. Okay. One powerful woman to the next. We have somebody in the back room that's about to come out, and she's so cool too. Look at that. You get to hang out with cool people all day.
Surprise. I'm like, oh, great. Now I have to follow Lacey. Like, she just blows my mind every time. Sago. Sago. That's how we say hello in Mohawk. My name's Layla. Yeah, I just came from the Q&A over there for Blood and Water. If you missed it, that's my documentary. And I actually just released a brand new documentary called Boil Alert, which had its premiere at TIFF, where I went to 7 different First Nations communities that had boil water advisories, water insecurities, and told their stories, sat at their kitchen tables, lived in their communities, and these stories, every single Canadian needs to hear them, because once you hear them, you can't unhear them. And, so if you want to check it out, I know it's kind of been under the radar, but I'm on this mission. Like, I just want people to see it. So I don't care if it goes on Crave or Netflix or whatever. Just like send me a message, a DM on Instagram or an email or whatever, and say, hey, Layla, send me the secret link. And all I ask is that you don't post it on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. So I wanted to start with a song that I've actually been teaching this song to a lot of kids and going into different schools, because I know when I was a kid, I was never taught that water is alive. I was taught all the scientific components, hydrogen, oxygen, it boils at 100 degrees, it freezes at 0, but no one ever said it's alive. So this concept of creating a relationship with the water, and this journey that I've been on to know the water and to understand it and hear it and trust it and protect it has been one that, has changed my life. And I saw this, I'm kind of a nerd, a science nerd, and I saw this study done by Dr. Emoto, where they put the water under a microscope and they spoke words to it, spoke joy, love, happiness, or hate, anger, jealousy. And they observed on a microscopic level, this water was receiving the words. It was changing its composition based on the words it was receiving. So it was hearing you. It was feeling the words and the energy that was attached to those words. So for me, I was just like, wow, that's like science proving what our ancestors have been saying for all along. So I've been teaching them this song and how it's a song that we sing for the water. It's a song that the water hears, and the water wants us to sing for it. It wants us to come back and build that relationship. And it's so amazing when they come up to me and they're like, oh, Miss Stats, I sang for the water, or I made my parents say hi to the river when we drove past. And it's just this little shift, this little change in our mentality, in our connection to the living world around us that could literally save this planet. So I want to share it with you. This is a song called the Water Song by Bear Fox. Yungana lunkwa onega, yungana lunkwa onega, ganega yono, ganega nolo, ganyamia heya. Yungana lunkwa onega, yungana lunkwa onega, ganega yono, ganega nolo, ganyamia heya. Yana yo ho he, yana yo ho he, gane ga yono, gane ga nono, gane nyame ya he ya. Yungana lunkwa onega, yungana lunkwa onega, gane ga yono, gane ga nono, gane nyame ya he ya. Yo. Yeah, thank you. So when I sing it, I'm like, do you feel the water inside of you? It's like dancing. It's alive. It's coming to life. So yeah, hopefully you're dancing inside. So I want to share, this song is actually my very first ever release. I'm brand new as a solo artist, musician. I've been singing backups for my brother Logan Stats forever. And I just came to this point where I was like, you know what? I got songs inside me too. and it's been kind of a crazy experience, getting on stage by yourself. You can't hide behind your giant brother and his hair and his hat. So yeah, this song, I wrote it, it's called White Pine. And the white pine, we call it the tree of peace. And the story of the peacemaker is that he brought our nations together at a time of war, brought them to the white pine, where they buried their weapons, they buried their hatchets, and they chose to honor peace. So I actually took this song with me when I went out to Wet'suwet'en to stand with their people to defend the river against the pipeline. And there's this moment, when the RCMP were coming up the bridge, hundreds of RCMP in formation, and you're standing on this bridge and you're just like, I'm looking at Canadian law coming towards me with automatic rifles and attack dogs and helicopters and military greens. And, 8 of us land defenders standing on this bridge. And, I just had this moment where I had to say, Layla, like, you're gonna be in trouble. There's some consequences you're gonna face with Canada law coming towards you. But I asked myself, whose laws do you live by? And whose laws are you willing to die for? And so I stood there on that bridge, and something inside of me just was like, just sing. Sing for these cops, sing for the water, sing for this moment. And so I sang this song. White pine, I come in peace. White pine, down on my knees. White pine, needed the white pine. Leave all your hate behind. Needed the white pine. Bury your hardships, lower your guard, calling all enemies, open your hearts. Bury your hardships, lower your guard, calling all enemies, open your hearts at the white pine. Needed the white pine. At the white pine. Needed the white pine. So I often think if any of those cops remember that girl that sang on the bridge, or if they ever think about that day when they arrested her. Brothers and sisters, rise up again. Remember the peacemaker's journey within. Brothers and sisters, rise up again. Remember the peacemaker's journey within. At the white pine, needed the white pine. Leave all your hate behind. Needed the white pine. Come pray for peace. I'm down on my knees. Come pray with me. Come pray with me. Come pray. Come pray with me. Come pray with me. Come pray at the white pine. We had the white pine. At the white pine. We had the white pine. Bury your hatchets, lower your guards, calling all enemies, calling all enemies. Come pray with me, come pray with me. At the white pine, needed the white pine. Nyawa, nyawa go. So this is another song on the rattle because I never actually put it to any sort of chords or anything. It was just a song that I wrote actually. Actually, my brother wrote it, and he sang it for me, and like it was like this moment where I was like, "That's meant to be my song." So I've been just kind of singing it and working with it, but we haven't actually produced it. But I wrote it after we got arrested about that river. I met you by the riverside. The quiet riot burning in the night. I caught your eye along the line, along the spine of a big black snake. Tried to steal our mother's blood, tried to bleed us dry. Stole our daughters from their fathers, left our sons to die. Tried to steal our mother's blood, tried to bleed her dry. Stole our daughters from their fathers, left our sons to die. We found gone alone, quite deep within the pine. We found peace and quiet deep within their violence. We found gone alone, quite deep within the pine. Tell those colonizers love is colorblind. I met you by the riverside, the quiet riot burning in the night. I caught your eye along the line, along the spine of a big black snake. Tried to steal our mother's blood, tried to bleed us dry. Stole our daughters from their fathers, left our sons to die. Tried to steal our mother's blood, tried to bleed her dry. Stole our daughters from their fathers, left our sons to die. We found gone alone, quite deep within the pine. We found peace and quiet deep within their violence. We found gone alone, quite deep within the pine. Tell those colonizers love is colorblind. Yeah. So I have one more song to share with you. And this song, so when I was filming Boil Alert, I thought it would just be like a normal documentary where like I was just holding a microphone and I was just kind of the head, the talking head. But as I sat down and every story I heard, every voice, every person, I felt this unpacking inside of me. I felt like this shift, this change, and I was going through so much in my life, and it suddenly became like this exposing, this finding of who I was, and this power and the strength that I had to tell this story of the water, and that I was supposed to do it. You know, all along that path, you know, there's this feeling of, am I Native enough? You know, growing up off the reserve, not having my language, not being taught all of these lessons that, you know, that this wisdom that I could feel inside of me, but I just didn't know. And so I had all these doubts along the way, and it was, I mean, these stories, they changed me. You know, it's one thing to have a boil water advisory, not have access to clean water, but to understand these ripple effects in the communities, especially with the youth. Nishnawbe Chief has issued a state of emergency, and not because they are under a 28-year boil water advisory, but because of their youth suicide. Grassy Narrows just contacted me that they have lost 2 children already. And it's not even like, so it really, for me, it's something that, it impacted me, it changed me. Just like, you know, when you see it, I believe it will change you. But I came home and, you know, I was just processing all this stuff, and I was sitting on my papa's land around the fire, and I just said, you know, like, Nana, Papa, what would you say to me? Like, I feel weak. And this song just kind of poured out of me as like words from them. And then I performed it for my very first time at Kamloops at this Two Rivers Festival, actually the one I'm headed to tonight in BC. And so we're performing on the grounds of the Kamloops Residential School, where the first children were found. And it was like, this song just came to life. It wasn't just my grandparents, it was like all of the answers. It was like all these children, everyone was telling me, you have got to rise up. So it's called Rise Up. It's called Rise Up. I don't know if you got it to access there. This is not my story. The scars lie in the name. They only see the glory, and no one sees the pain. I will rise from your ashes. I will give out of your grave. I will use the voice I'm given. I'll be proud. Yes, I'll be brave. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise again, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise again. Their voice may be quiet, their whispers in my head say fall, but don't be silent. Like the sun, my faithful friend, I will rise from your ashes. I will dig out of your grave. I will use the voice I'm given. I'll be proud. Yes, I'll be brave. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise again, rise up. You got to rise up. You got to rise up, rise again. This is not just my story. The scars lie in the name. They only see the glory. No one cease the pain. Yes, I will rise from your ashes. We will dig out of their graves. We will use voice we are given. We'll be proud. Yes, we'll be brave. Rise up, fist in the air. Rise up, rise up, rise again. Rise up, you got to rise up. You got to rise up, rise again. This is not just my story. Yeah, that's it from me. So yeah, check me out. I'm officially on Spotify, like a for real artist, so you can follow me. Yeah, gotta catch a plane. I'm out of here.
So good, eh? I don't need the microphone, do I? Oh, I've been crying all afternoon. I'm not gonna lie, it was very emotional, and just knowing that, just the feeling, the people that are here covering, for the community, the newspaper, well, no longer newspapers, we should say, are just asking, what does it feel like, and to see people together, and the healing that's actually happening, and also in this beautiful space. That we're coming together, and it's really beautiful to see the support, and everyone's here for all the reasons that what they're singing about. The next group that we're bringing out is called Six Nations Smoke Dancers. I'm super excited about this. They're around here somewhere. I'm going to try to move. Hey.
Sego sego guego. Sogo gwinya singa, swak sklevigate, that no ishwigan lono. Ani bojo, Jo Nadijnakash, Makwadodum, ni credit Nadojaba. Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Martin. I'm from Six Nations of the Grand River, and I'm also from Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. I was raised in my longhouse, and that's why I learned our traditional ways in the longhouse at Sour Springs Longhouse. And I attended Gowanio, where I learned how to speak Mohawk in the Mohawk language. Today, me and my family were asked to do a dance presentation. We're going to demonstrate some social songs and social dances of the Haudenosaunee people. We have 3 dances. Our first dance is like ceremonial Thanksgiving dances that we only do in the longhouse. Next, we have like feast healing songs that we do. Again, those are only in the longhouse. And then what we're about to demonstrate today is our social songs and our social dances, which are called Uwanja Gate Got. They're called our Earth songs. So before we begin, we like to give thanks. We do acknowledge that Grandmother Renee gave thanks, but I was told by one of our elders that Ongwehome people, we used to give thanks 100 times a day whenever we felt thankful. So we're going to give thanks before we start our little dance show and before I introduce everyone, and we're going to get right into it. So don't see us kut nigaliwasa swak sanguha ne wahi de tino lada ne sangwa ediso ne wahi de tino lada ne gwego jit hodo do dole la sani ne jihunjade jujulunto de tino lada ne ungwe su'a de tino lada ne ketni staha unjade de tino lada ne ganegalunyo de tino lada ne gunjok su'a de tino lada ne ojinowak su'a de tino lada ne onunkwa su'a de tino lada ne gakwa su'a de tino lada ne gahik su'a de tino lada ne gelhi de su'a da no ogole su'a de tino lada ne gundilio de tin la ne jit da ungu ansa de tin la ne ketni staha asantaneka galakwa de chidnu la ne sungwa ji onjege galakwa de tin la ne ladi velas de tin la ne oji stokolonyo de tin la ne gaeli ni oliwelege de tin la ne gwego ni ongwedege de chidnu la ne sungwa ediso ona eto se gwego doga teno getni goha izene sokdaga da haisla sioge dan ona eto yawa. Okay, so I want to introduce my family here. First we have our singer, Lance Williams. Let's give him a round of applause. He's from the Seneca Nation Bear Clan. Next, we have Sapphire Hill. She's from the Mohawk Nation Turtle Clan. We have Hayden, who's from the Mohawk Nation and from the Anishinaabe Bear Clan. We have Ariel Martin, Mohawk Nation Turtle Clan, Six Nations. And the littlest one's my daughter, Gabriella. She's from the Mohawk Nation Turtle Clan. And yep, thank you. And my name is Joe Martin. Again, I'm from the Mohawk Nation Bear Clan. That's where my native name comes from, my Ungohoe name, Sogogwenyos. It means he's a good winner for the people. And so again, like we're going to demonstrate some of our songs and dances. The first song that I want to demonstrate is called the Gadacho. So long ago, we did the Gadacho. We call it the standing quiver dance. We would place a quiver in the middle, and each of the hunters that would go out on a hunt or a war party, they would place one of their arrows inside of the quiver. Each of the hunters had a different, or warriors had a different marking on their arrow. And so that distinguished who they were, which clan they belonged to, who they were, and they would place their arrows in the quiver. When they came back from the hunt or from the war party, they would do the Gadacho song, and they would each pull their arrows out of the quiver. And if there was any arrows left in the quiver, they knew that there was still hunters out, and we would send a party to go get them. So I'm going to ask my friend Lance to lead us in a couple songs. The way that this goes, it's boy, girl, boy, girl, boy, girl. We respect everybody and how they identify, LGBTQ2S, right? And all the pronouns, we respect all that. Do we have any? This is like a stomp dance, so it's just like a march dance, like this. 1, 2, 1, 2. Do I have any volunteers out in the crowd? Oh, we got one. Come on up. I don't know if you know how to get up here. Right here, I think there's some steps. Any other brave souls out in the crowd? Oh yeah, someone in the back. Come on up. We'd love to get help. You guys can come help sing with us. Help dance with us. So again, it's kind of like it's a stomp dance. Lance is going to sing out a verse, and then I'm going to repeat. So it's like yo yo hey, yo yo hey, yo yo hey, and we stomp. So thank you for my volunteers. Round of applause for our volunteers. And we're gonna ask Lance to come up now.
Ay yo yo, yo yo hey, yo yo hey, yo yo hey, yo yo hey. Awa 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 awa. Ayo 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 ayo. Wee. Aviye ha, viye ha, 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 vaya aviye ha, viye ha, aviye ha, viye ha, aviye ha, viye ha, aviye ha. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Ayo wane yo hane ya yo hane hana. 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 Yo hane ya yo hane hana. Ale ayo wane yo hane ya yo hane hana. Gayo hane yo hane ya yo hane hane. Gayo hane yo hane ya yo hane hane. Yo hane ya yo hane hane. Ala gayo hane yo hane ya yo hane hane. Gayo hane yo hane ya yo hane hane. Gayo hane yo hane ya yo hane hane.
Yeah, Nyawa. Thank you again to all our volunteers. Brave, brave volunteers. Again, that's called the gadacho. That's called the standing quiver dance. That's when we have our socials back home. We always start our socials off with the gadacho. So the next dance that I want to get into is called the old moccasin dance. The old moccasin dance comes to us from a dream dance. A hunter long ago went far out on the hunting. He went way too far out from his community, and he wasn't going to make it back in time for before the big winter. And so I imagine that his community held the gadacho that you just seen, right? And his arrow was still in the quiver. They sent a party out to go get him, but they couldn't find him. And so where he was, he went and searched out the nearest village, the nearest community that he could find. Back then, we lived in palisades. And so he had to light a fire, and the fire went up, and the runners or the warriors came to him and asked him what his purpose was. He told them that he went out too far on the hunt, and he wasn't going to make it back in time before the big winter. And he was seeking out his longhouse, the clan that he belonged to. And so the hunters, the warriors, brought him to his longhouse, that the same clan he would belong to in their village. And he had asked their clan mothers if they could take him in for the winter. So the clan mothers of that longhouse agreed to take him in. The thing about their longhouse is they had a lot of people in their longhouse. All the beds were taken up, and he had nowhere else to sleep except for on a pile of old moccasins. And so he was thankful that they took him in. They took a stranger into their community, into their home, into their longhouse, into their home. And they clothed them for the whole winter. They took care of him for the whole winter. They did their ceremonies with him, and they helped him until the spring. And when the spring came, he wanted to show his appreciation to still his extended family. We believe even if you're from, the Seminole Nation or the Cherokee Nation, if you're the same clan as me, we're still cousins. So like me and Lance, he's from the Seneca Nation Bear Clan. I'm from the Mohawk Nation Bear Clan. We're still cousins, like distantly. And so he wanted to thank his clan family for taking him in for the winter, and he burnt some tobacco. He asked the Creator to show him how he could give thanks to these people. And he was shown the following dance that we're about to show you. In the language, you call it gayo wagayo. We call it old moccasin dance. And so he's seen him dancing. He heard the verses. He studied all the verses that he heard in the dream. And then he watched how they danced. And it was 2 boys and 2 girls in the middle. And at a certain point, they switch. The girls will go on the front and the outside, and then the boys will be in the middle. And then they switch. And at a certain point in the song, you'll hear when they switch, and they go back and forth. And so he was thankful to be given these songs and to be given this dance. And when in his dream, he asked them, "What do I call this dance? Like, what's the name of this dance, and what do I call it?" And he said all the people in his dream pointed at where he slept. They never told him it was called Old Moccasin Dance, but they pointed where he slept, which was the pile of old moccasins. And so he named the song Old Moccasin Dance. When he woke up, he wanted to show his gratitude. He brought all the people together, and he showed them this dance, and he said it was from the Creator to give thanks for them taking him in for the winter. And so it's like it's a very kind of fast-paced dance. It's like there's 2 kind of like steps, so it's kind of like two hops on each side. Me and my family are going to come dance it. We ask that you bring a partner up if you'd like to dance. If we have any more volunteers to come on up and dance with us. I'm going to dance with my daughter, and I'm going to have my niece and my 2 nieces dance together. Again, generally it was 2 boys and 2 girls, and then they would switch. And so if we have any volunteers, do we have any? Yeah, so we're just going to show you how to dance this one. I think everyone got a little too scared from that one, and that's okay. So we're going to ask my friend Lance to come up here and give us a couple verses of the old moccasin dance. Gayo gayo. Nyawa.
We hana yonge, 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 we hana hana yonge, we 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 hana yonge, yo. Bueno yane, bueno yane, bueno yane, bueno yane, bueno yane, bueno yane, yo bueno yane, 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 yo bueno yane, bueno yani, bueno yani, bueno yani, bueno yani, bueno yani, ayo.
So again, that was called the Gayoa Gayo. That's called the Old Moccasin Dance. Just catching my little breath here for a second. So the next dance that I want to share with you all is called Eskanye Againase. It's called the New Woman Shuffle Dance. We have 3 different kind of women's shuffle dance songs. We have the ceremonial Thanksgiving one, we have a feast one, and then we have the one that we do at our socials and social songs and social dances. So the women's dance song, we like to give thanks to all of the, I guess, the more feminine energies of the earth. So that includes Mother the Earth. It includes our grandmother, the moon. It includes all of our daughters, my nieces, cousins, aunties, grandmothers, mothers, all those life sources that bring life into the next world. And that's what we like to give thanks for, acknowledgement. And so it's just for the women and those who identify as women. They can come up and dance. And it's a very, it's kind of like they drag their feet a little bit. It's like they keep their feet on the ground. It's kind of like they say they're massaging Mother Earth's back. And so it's just like, but it's generally just a shuffle with your feet. Like you keep your feet on the ground and shuffle. So do any women want to come dance with my daughters? If we have any women in the crowd that want to come dance the women's dance song, you're more than welcome. You know, we got, oh, I see one volunteer. Nice. Come on up. Either side, be careful when you come up here. Any more volunteers? Oh, yeah, look, we got a couple. Come on up. Let's give a round of applause to all these volunteers that are coming up. I know it's nerve-wracking to get up on stage sometimes. And so we're going to ask Lance to come up here and sing a couple of women's dance songs. I'm going to help him sing too.
ya he ya no yo ga no ya he ya yo hey na ho we ya hey na ho we ya he ya no yo ga no ya he ya hey na ho ya ne ho hey na ho we aina howe aia no yo kai na ya yo aina howe aina howe aia no yo kai na ya aina howe ya ho ya ne ho aina howe aina howe aia no yo kai na ya
Nyawa, thank you. A big nyawa to all of our guests, all of our volunteers there. In the Mohawk language, we like to say nyawa for thank you. Can I get a big nyawa? Nice. And in Cayuga, nyawe. Can we get a nyawe? And I like to throw in Anishinaabe because I'm Anishinaabe too. We say miigwech. Yeah, nice. Thank you. So I'm not sure how much time I have left. It's 2:10 now. Is Jody still in the house? Yeah, I think we can keep going though. So the next dance that I want to share with you is we got our dances from the creator, from creation, from watching creation. Some of our dances, like our robin dance, it kind of mimics the way that robins dance. We got some of our dances through trade. So that's one of the dances that I think I want to share next with you. So our hunters would go everywhere. Our traders would go everywhere. And I think some of our traders and our dancers got way down south to Florida somewhere because we have one social song that we call the alligator dance. And so the alligator dance, we got through trade. I'm sure that we shared some of our social songs and our social dances. And somewhere down south, one of those nations shared their song and dance with us because there's not any alligators up here. Right? And so we do have that dance, and that's how we got it through trade. We enjoyed it, and we brought it up here to share with our people, and we still do it to this day. The way that it's danced is it's a male and female partner. They'll wrap their arm around they wrap arms together, and at a certain point, you'll whip them around. At a certain point, they'll spin around. And that's supposed to mimic the alligator's tail. And so that's the dance, right? And that's the Thanksgiving. I'm sure that they eat a lot of alligator down south. And so that's why they have Thanksgiving for their alligator. So it's a partner dance. If anyone wants to come up and dance with us, it's a fun dance. It's a step dance like this again, but at a certain point, you're going to spin around. And so if we have any volunteers that want to come up, you're going to put your hand up. Come on up. Again, it's a partner dance, so you're going to need a partner. So come on up. We're going to ask our friend Lance to come sing us a couple verses of the alligator dance. Come on up. Come on up if you want to dance. I see one brave soul here coming up. Looks like one of my daughters is going to need a partner anyway, so that's okay. But come on up. Thank you. yane, oh yane, oh yane, oh yane, oh yane. Yo yo, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot. Hey, oh yane, 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 oh hey. We hot, 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 hey. We go ya ne go ya, 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 we go ya ne. Hey. Yo yo we hot, 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 yo hey. We go ya ne go ya, 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 we go ya ne ya hey. We hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, we hot, hey. So yeah, sorry about my baby. Generally, my wife's always with us, but she was running a little late. It's just me and my daughters. Again, that was called the alligator dance. It's a dance that comes with us through trade. I'm not sure how much exactly time we have left. Okay, so we got one more. Okay, we got enough for one more. We have hundreds of different, or not, maybe not 100, but we have many different social songs and social dances. This was just a small demonstration of them. So our last dance that we want to share with you is what we're called is the Six Nations Smoke Dancers. It's okay, you can leave her, Sapphire. I'll watch her. So our smoke dance, that's what we're known for. Our smoke dance derives from our war dance songs. Long ago, we would use our war dance songs. They're from our thunder dance songs. We believe that the thunderers are our grandfather beings. It comes to us through our creation story when one of the thunder beings placed 2 arrows on the Sky Woman's daughter's belly. So that's why we call them our grandfathers. And we would call them to war. So we would sing these thunder dance songs, hoping that it would rain and thunder and lightning before we went to war. We believed we had a advantage if it was raining and lightning out. Again, because we thought we were going to war with our grandfathers. So over time, we got rid of our war dance songs, right? We wanted peace. We tried to work peace throughout the nations, throughout the settlers, the colonial nations too, coming over here. We try to make peace. Ultimately, through the treaties, we did achieve the peace that we have today. And so we put those songs away. In the 1800s, 1900s, they had a guy named Buffalo Bill. He started doing these Indian dance shows in the States. We also had Indian dance shows in New York and Ontario, where we would demonstrate our social songs and social dances. And what they did is they started doing the smoke dance. What they would use is the social songs and social dances, and they would speed them up. And it became a contest between the singer and the dancers. And so what I was told is that the one time, it was just because they were just fast social songs, is that at the New York State Fair, one of the state fairs, they had seen the dancers dancing really fast, and the settlers had called it smoke dance because they seen them dancing fast, and the dirt was rising up from the ground. And they said, where were those smoke dancers from last year? And they start calling them smoke dancers. One also story I have with this is that they might consider it a fairy tale. Mostly is that they had said that our longhouses, before we just do ceremonies in them, but we used to live in them as extended families with all of our matrilineal family, our mother's family, and all of our aunties and cousins. They said that there would be smoke in the longhouse, and sometimes they would have the kids dance these songs really fast to get the smoke out. Some people say that's where the smoke dancers derive from. Some people say that that is a fairy tale, and it's more from the Buffalo Bill dance shows, from the smoke dance shows, from doing a fast dance. So we're gonna ask Lance to come up here, and we're gonna have my three nieces, my daughter, come up here and do a fast smoke dance for you, the girl style, and then I'm gonna do a war dance style, and then we'll do one more smoke dance all together. And maybe some of you from the audience might come up and smoke dance with us too. So here comes Lance. He's gonna give us a fast woman smoke dance.
Ayo yo ho yo ho ya he na we yo ha eh ya he na we yo ha yo yo ho ya he na we yo ha eh ya he na we yo ha yo yo ho ya he na we yo ha eh ya he na we yo ha yo yo ho ya he na we yo ha eh ya he na we yo ha yo yo ho ya he na we yo ha eh ya he na we yo he ya he ho. Gana we yo hey, gana we yo hey, yogani wa hey, yogani wa hey, gana we yo hey, gana we yo hey, yogani wa hey, yogani wa hey, gana we yo hey, gana we yo hey, yogani wa hey, yogani wa hey. Gana we yo hey, gana we yo hey, yogani wa hey, yogani wa hey, gana we yo hey, gana we yo hey, yogani wa hey, yogani wa yo hey. Gaya wane, ayo, 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 gaya wane, gaya wane, ayo, 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 gaya wane, ayo. So let me catch my breath real quick. I want to thank you again for having us. This was our first little show. I believe we performed beginning at 3:30. So I want to call Jody back up. And how about one more round of applause for all our volunteers that came up today? One more round of applause for my singer and my dancers. Oh, and here's my wife now to take my daughter right at the end of the show. She did good. It is her nap time. Generally, she takes a nap at 1, so she didn't get that nap today. She's ready for it. All right, before we end, we like to just give another little closing for our show.
It's going to be a short version of it. So the hunt see us got nigali wasa so saying go ni wahi de tin lad ni singo idisa ni wahi de tin lad ni go jit hodo do la sani ni jihun jade on eta se go do teno get ni go han he's de so ko dog da naiso sioge da no eta nyawa. Thank you.
Okay. We'll see them back in a little bit. They get just enough time to rest. So speaking of rest, we're going to be giving the tech guys in the back there, this amazing team that has been rolling this since 10 a.m. Yeah. And it's streaming live to Grandmother's Voice, Facebook, and YouTube, and I don't have to do it, which is fabulous. I don't even know how I did it before, but if you're interested, they just started the Nature of Healing, which is in the auditorium, just out those doors with the residential school survivors of the Mohawk Village Memorial Park. It's a really beautiful documentary, and they'll do a little bit of a Q&A after. And if you're interested, you'll catch it about 10 minutes in. So other than that, we'll probably be back here about 15 minutes. Maybe Dave, or 30, it's up to you. Okay. We'll make an announcement. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just now learning the language. It's not sad.
It's amazing. I started learning Kinyagahaga right before COVID hit.
Oh.
And then I also started a new job at the same time as a psychotherapist. And then when COVID hit, my caseload blew up because of health-related anxiety. So I couldn't do both anymore. I couldn't. So I had to resign from the language class. So now that I'm retired, I want to go back. And take more
Of course.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
My niece is teaching it.
Mhm.
There's just 10 of us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's
Yes.
nice little group, nice to close.
We got the thumbs up. Okay. Scano. Sego, nice to see everyone. Thank you for coming back. I'm sitting here with two amazing women. They have become authors, and they're going to share some of their story and their information about their book, and just sit and chill out on the couch together. Bring us back and tell us a little bit more about you. Barbara and Dawn, Cheryl Hill, and Barbara Miller, right? But I think you're gonna say hi in your language.
Scano. Scano. Okchino ke. Nick Kiaso. Otayone. Otayone. It's good right here. Otayone. Ni I shout that. Guy Kono. Ni wakwensa that. Gaha gawane. I gotta look. I can't say this part. Sorry. Dwaga denyo. That means Okjinage is my name, floating stump. I said, Scano means peace. I'm a Wolf Clan. I'm from Cayuga Nation, and I'm from Grand River. I live at Grand River. I hope I don't clear my throat very often. See, I work at home part-time, and I write part-time. So, and there's no one around but my kitties and my dogs, so I don't talk to them very much. Let me see. There's never one thing or person that led me to write. It was an accumulation of thoughts, learning, and ideas. For me, it's learning life. It's learning life, imagination, and my dream world. Formal education taught me discipline. I have 2 Bachelor of Art degrees, one in public administration and governance through FNTI and Ryerson, and the other one's Aboriginal adult education through Brock. So that helped me write 300 pages for my book. The content of both programs were Indigenous history and culture. And it's sad that I had to go to university to learn these things, because in elementary school, we didn't get to learn about our own people. We learned about Columbus and people that invaded Canada or North America. We didn't get to learn about how from our perspective, what that was. There was one teacher we did have, though, Oliver M. Smith. He was way ahead of the teaching in them days, because he was experiential teacher. So he didn't tell us about the maple leaf. He took us out and showed us what it looked like. And he didn't tell us about arrowheads. He took us out in his plowed field and we picked them, and he told stories. Well, we did that. So we did 3 things at once. We were action, we were hearing, we were speaking, and we were touching. So that was, and then when I went to Brock University and learned about experiential teaching, I thought, oh my God, like
that was what Oliver Smith did. He taught us what they were teaching us in university at that time. So he wasn't supposed to teach what he taught us. He wasn't supposed to teach us about the Great Law. He wasn't supposed to teach us about Handsome Lake. It was an unaccepted curriculum, but he broke the rules because he was friends with Cassie, Dr. Cassie. So he was friends with him. So he kind of just turned an eye to his teaching methods. And in high school too, when I went to high school in Brantford, there wasn't all that great a relationship between Indigenous and non-Native, because if you walked on the street, they walked on the other side. We kind of laughed because, it was just funny. Like, and you get used to it when you're an Indigenous child, like that prejudices, and it's kind of funny actually when you look at it now. So we had to write a book report. And the first one I seen, it was Grand River, and I thought, oh, okay, here's a book about what I know. So I got it, and the very first page called my father Bloodthirsty Mohawk. And I thought, oh my God, this is not what I'm going to write about. So what I did do, I just read the first page of that book, and I said, this is not what my people are about. And I got an A on that paper. So even in high school, I was good at gabbing, I guess, on paper. So when I got to my book, emergency response planning, I was a disaster planner. And it's kind of a stressful, icky kind of a profession. So I escaped through creative writing. I took hobby courses at Mohawk College. And when you're over 65, you get them for half price. So anyways, I started taking creative writing and short stories and things like that. And in my mind, while we were coming home from Connecticut or New York City with my husband, he was talking away. And while he was talking, I would be writing these stories in my mind, like looking up at the hills, and it was children's books. So I thought, okay, after 11 years, it must be time to publish what I've been writing. So then I applied for the register for the publishing course, and it was canceled. The only other course was romance, and that's a far cry from children's books. So I thought, well, I guess I'll just take it, because what else have I got to do, right? How else am I going to escape? That was my formal education. So I took that creative writing for 11 years. And then I thought, my informal education is life being raised in an Indigenous community, working for Indigenous organizations, and being an Indigenous woman surrounded with spiritual people that we didn't call it spiritual in them time. It's just a knowing. You just know stuff, right? And my younger sister, she's the baby. She's very gifted, and so is her children and her grandchildren. They're very gifted in that, and we just took it for granted. And it still surprises you once in a while. Like you know that it's there, but it's kind of like piques your ear when you do hear someone with those gifts. So and I heard this morning, like from Alan and Jody and Renee, and I was telling my niece, I says, oh my God, like everything they said, it was like an introduction to my book. Like Alan said something about downloading, and that's what I was telling her. Like when I was writing, it wasn't like stuff I knew, really. I mean, I kind of knew it, must have known it somewhere, but it was and I said, it's almost like downloading this information. And I don't know if people go to readers or anything, but there was several readers that have told me that I was going to write. And I always explain it away. Oh, they can see me taking these courses, or they can see me writing my papers, or they can see me. I never ever thought it was writing a book. I thought they were just saying that. And then my niece, she tells me, she says, Auntie, you're going to write. Like, because she's a spiritual person too. And I go, really? And I says, did I tell you that? And she goes, no, they're telling me that. And I said, oh, okay. So, and then my another niece, my youngest sister's daughter, she says, actually, they're going to write 3 books. And I thought, 3 books? Holy heck. Okay. So I wrote the first one, and that's what this Dream Visitors is. So there is a series of Dream Visitors. It's Dream Visitors, Dream Friends, and Dream Visitors and Friends. So there is going to be 3 books. Okay, so where the dreams came from was I was out in Connecticut with my brother. I was his secretary, and he was working on the Mohegan Sun Casino. And I had a lot of time on my hands because he would either go out with the guys or he'd be working late. So while he was working late and partying, I was logging my dreams. Every day I dreamt something, so I logged it. And I logged the events of the day. So that's what my book is based on, my experiences in Connecticut and the dreams that I recorded since 2000. So for 20 years, I've been recording my dreams. I got books everywhere, little books, big books, my dreams in it. Okay, so about my Dream Visitor book. It's dedicated to the children of the world because every child matters. Dream Visitor series has a touch of childhood trauma and romance, along with dream interpretation. Well, the grandmother interprets her dreams. She tells her grandmother the dreams that she has while she's fasting, and they interpret the dreams. And it was pretty cool because while I was being grandma in my book, I was interpreting them dreams, and I thought, oh, wow, like it's just now coming to me what that dream meant because I had to write it down, right? And it did come through. It's from a perspective of the 13th century ancestors who visit the people in the 21st century through their dreams, connection of energy, reconnection, right? There are 2 protagonists, Desaussadrant, and her name means to join 2 things. And there's Shayna, she's the one in the 21st century. And apparently there is such a name as Shayna, and it means strength. So I thought that was pretty cool too. Warnings. The protagonist is in the 13th century. The names are in Cayuga. And there's a few words like scano or how, that means okay. Scano means peace. Nyawa means thank you. Just little short words. And they're translated in the back, so you get to read the name and then how to say it. There's an attempt at how to say it, and then the interpretation of that name. Remembering things, trying to, when you're writing, it just comes out, right? You just keep writing and writing and writing and writing. But then you realize that in those days, the winter season lasted longer than the summer season. And they had to keep track, and they were astronomers, so they had to keep track of exactly the growing season was so short that they had to know exactly when that sun was going to hit that certain spot and when it was going to end, because that was their window for growth. On my house, I had to remember that the fruit was smaller in the 13th century, and of course it's bigger now. I had to remember that the water was drinkable in those days in the lakes and rivers. I had to remember we don't hunt cows, we don't hunt pigs or chickens. So I had to remember those things, like the differences in that. I had to remember that the trees were bigger in the 13th century than they are now. So those were kind of tiny little things I picked up. Oh, and the one thing too was there was a baby in the first chapter. And by the 4th chapter, I was thinking that baby didn't grow. So I had to go back and rewrite. There was a lot of rewrites because it's my first book. Okay, now when I say we write, I mean like me and the spirits are writing these things. Or we write because I've heard someone's story and I'm putting it on paper because it fits. We write comes from my dreams. So I'll give you a couple readings from it. We write. Two people are seen talking on the second floor deck of a motel. A woman sits on the floor with her back against the wall, glancing up at her handsome host who hands her a coffee and crouches in front of her about 2 feet away. They're oblivious to the country beauty that surrounds them or that the morning is almost done. Here they're protected from the intensity of the summer heat and the spying eyes of the guys at work. The woman is unaware of the sporadic warm breeze caressing her skin and gently blowing her long hair across her face. She gently curls it around her ear as she nods in agreement to his opinions on the world. They're dressed comfortably in the same clothes they had on last night. He in a golf shirt and khakis, and her in blue jeans and a white blouse that shows just enough for her breast to distract his eyes from her ear. While he talks about investments, she watches his expressions, his lashes, his lips, and then the slight dent in his chin. This gentle, handsome man is exactly what she needs right now. First impressions are supposed to be important. I don't think I've even seen such dark eyes on a person before. They certainly enhance the charm of his smile. His lips are even and perfectly shaped. His hair is very dark brown, almost black, surrounding a bronze face from working outside. She says in her mind. At least she hopes the murmur was not aloud. He finally sits down next to her on the deck. Now she feels the heat from his muscular body, through his shirt and pants, so very close to her. You were a decker, right? She says. Glad she remembers something about him other than his body and his lips tasting her shoulders and across her neck. Yeah, that chapter was fun. If I smoked, I would have had one after that one. Okay, here's another spot. Okay, so what happens is the Sasadrant, she visits Shayna in the future. So she watches their family because she's trying to figure out how she can help this Shayna get through life. So she's watching them. So we write. When the group stop to rest and drink, the men rotate to drag the toboggans and carry canoes. She approaches her tired brother. You're building strong muscles, my brother. He answers with a smile and glances down at his sweaty arms. She notices his hair is messy again. It hangs loosely, sticking to his face and back. Brother, do you want me to braid your hair? Without answering, he turns his back towards her and crouches a bit so she can reach. Standing on her tiptoes, she braids his hair. Someday, your mate will braid your hair for you. I will miss it. Knowing his sister hates discussing her future mate, he smiles. Turning his head towards her, he says, someday, you will have a mate and children. They will need braids. She laughs, tugging his head back by the thick braid she has in her hands and ties it with the leather from her own hair. She slaps his back. You're ready. And then there was another, and I didn't tell this one. Okay, and here's another one, a rewrite. Now that was Shane. I was supposed to read this other one, sorry. One time, me and my younger sister, the 5 brothers, my dad and mom were squashed in the dining room on the first floor. Dad put blankets up to cover the doors so we could keep half the house warm. The 5 brothers start wrestling around on the couch. Ma hollered and told them to get outside and milk the cow. They all got dressed and ran out. The oldest brother was still sitting there. She says, "What are you doing still sitting here? Why didn't you go out and milk the cow?" He said, "The cow only has 4 tits." So anyways, that was that. He got a cuff in the back of his head. Get outside and help your brothers. Okay, so Nyama for listening to my book. And if you're interested in buying it, it's going to be ready in 4 to 6 weeks, they told me. And Pegasus is a publisher, so you could probably go on their website. And but I'm taking names and contact information too to let you know where the books are going to be. And the reason it took so long was because of that font for the Cayuga font. I couldn't get them to use the Henry font, but my niece teaches Cayuga, and she has a universal font, which I sent that. So once I got that settled, the font, because I didn't want it to come out wrong. And so once they got that ready, then so it's ready to go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's go ahead. Sego, Sewagwego, Don Cheryl Hill, Ne Yun Gyats, Ginyagahaga, Niwagun Hanzoda, Enola Niwagit Daloda, Ashwigin Tikitaron, Nekji Duskarora Nundage, Agua Igunje, Genues Ne Wagiado. So what I just said using my cheat sheet, because I too am not fluent in Ginyagahaga or Mohawk, my mother's language, was hello everybody here, or really it's kind of about do you carry the peace, right? Kind of like Scano. Don Cheryl Hill is what they call me. My nation is Mohawk. My clan is Turtle. I live at Ashwaubenon, but I came from Tuscarora, and I really like writing. I was going to say that I was given a name, Yagalados. I wasn't given it in Longhouse, though. I was given it on the side of the road one day when I was walking my dog. And Yagalados means she's a storyteller. She likes to tell stories. So I thought it was pretty apt. Yeah, so I had a cheat sheet. It helps me to say my greeting in my mother's language, Mohawk. I feel embarrassed that I have this cheat sheet. I feel like I shouldn't need it. I wish I was fluent. I wish that I could be taken and placed with fluent speakers in a total immersion environment to unlearn what doesn't serve me, to gain Indigenous knowledge back. That knowledge that's language acquisition, cultural ceremonies, to reverse engineer all the damage that was done to both my parents, who were both survivors of residential school, my mother at the Mush Hole, now known as the Woodland Cultural Center, and my father at the Thomas Indian School in Cattaraugus, New York. That I could utilize land-based healing and original instructions to heal me in my broken places. I want to say that words are powerful. They connect us. Books are magic. They transport us. I just got transported by Barbara Yahweh. And then I was going to, cite a little bit of research, because I have, I'm a psychotherapist. I graduated at the University of Buffalo with an undergraduate degree in community mental health and a master's in social work, where my area of interest was trauma, addictions, and mental health. Research shows or suggests that trauma changes our brains, damages our brain tissue. When people are able to translate their emotional experience into words, they help to reorganize our brain. Sometimes it can be really difficult for people to express out loud things that are going on in their mind. But writing gives us a voice that we need to let those words out.
There are many physical and mental benefits to journaling, which is one of the things that I use with my clients, and expressive writing. It's a great self-care technique, which is why I've always written. In the morning, I would get up and I would write a story and I would email it to my sisters or my brothers, and then they would just send me back their responses. Sometimes it was a cry emoji. Sometimes it was, I never knew that, you never shared that with me. In writing our own stories, we retain authorship over our own lives. Writing is medicine. It's an appropriate antidote to injury, an appropriate companion for any difficult change or trauma that we've been through. I want to say that growing up in a home where both my parents were survivors of residential school was usually involved some daily escapades. Escapades are, not the norm, right? I also want to say I'm very grateful to my mother, a strong Mohawk woman, a protector. She always kept us together. I remember one day I was listening to Tom Porter. I don't know if any of you know him. He's a Mohawk man, very, very knowledgeable, a very big in Indigenous knowledge keeping, a Mohawk elder. He often, said, or I've heard him say, that women who've birthed and raised 10 children are already guaranteed a place in Sky World. So I know that's where my mom is, because she was a life giver to myself and my 9 siblings. I have a share that I wanted to read. I'm going to read the second chapter of my book called Disassociation 2. But I just want to share that the first chapter is about the day that I asked my mother. I came home from college. I was at an all-girls college at Cuca College down at the Finger Lakes of New York. And I had this paper I was working on for my oppression and diversity class, and I had all these questions I wanted to ask her. And when I sat down at the table with her to ask her one Saturday morning, she disassociated. And at that time, I, was still an undergrad. I didn't know then what I know now. And she held herself differently. She disappeared. It almost seemed like there was a nictating eyelid that came and swept across her eye. She couldn't see me. She couldn't see the room we were sitting in anymore. She held herself differently. And I was asking my questions. And the first question was, Mom, how old were you when you went to the mush hole? And she just disappeared. And I was really frightened. I thought I was never going to get her back. So that's what the first chapter is about. And I'm going to read the second chapter. Yeah, go ahead. 38 years have passed since that fall day when I attempted to wrangle some information from my mom for a paper I was writing on her residential school experience. And all the time since then, she never once said a word to me or my 13 siblings. I had 4 siblings from my dad's first marriage, about her internment at the Mohawk Institute. There was a sense of urgency deep inside of me that increased every year in April as she celebrated another birthday. As she got older and was subsequently diagnosed with diabetes, high blood pressure, congenital heart failure, my anxiety grew. The fear of losing her far outweighed the fear of losing the opportunity to ever hear her story. I wanted so much to sit with her and hear her open up about everything she held so close to her vest. Being open and vulnerable was not an emotional state my mother could handle. My mom died on October 18th, 1986, at 60 years of age, far too young. I grieved her loss and felt it was my fault because I was not there to get her to the hospital in time. I now realize that was naive thinking on my part, but at that time I thought I could have changed the outcome. I miss having her in my life. On many mornings, I wish that I could have one more day or even one more hour with her. The pain of her death had lessened over the years. However, the loss of never hearing all that she held inside and so fiercely protected never seemed to fade. After my mom died, I wanted to know more about what her life was like. I talked to her sisters and heard stories that offered me some insight to who she was, but these stories weren't in her voice. They were secondhand. It wasn't her words that I was hearing, and it felt lacking. I did have an opportunity to speak to other survivors who were at the mush hole at the same time she was. Jessie Miracle and Rita Joseph are just two. I was told my mother was fluent in Mohawk and knew some Cayuga as well when she first arrived at the mush hole at the age of 9 or 8. When she finally was released at the age of 16, she never, ever spoke another word of her first language that I heard. Perhaps she did in secret, but I never knew if she could still speak it. Whatever happened to her during those years remained locked deep within the recesses of her mind, hidden so far away, not only from me, but maybe even from herself. I am still not sure who she was protecting more, herself or me, by not disclosing all the trauma she had experienced and witnessed. I will never know what was inflicted upon her during her confinement. I do know that she and Jessie enlisted into the armed services together after leaving the mush hole. When my mom died in 1986, my son Jordan was only 3 years old. She had been his primary caregiver when I went to work at the University at Buffalo. I could always tell where my mother had spent her day by looking to see where Jordan's toys were strewn about on the floor. If she had been beading all day at the dining room table, then all his toys would be around her chair. If it was not a day for beading, but instead for napping, relaxing, and watching TV, then all his toys would be by the couch or the rocking chair. Often after her death, Jordan would ask for his gram. He wanted to know when she would be back. He would climb into my lap as he cried for her. The day after her funeral at Six Nations, we traveled back to our homestead at Tuscarora in New York. We woke up and he came to me and told me that he could see Grandma sitting in her rocking chair. I wasn't surprised at his statement, nor did it worry me. In our culture, it is said that those closest to birth and death have an affinity to see spirits who have not yet crossed over. He no longer asked about her whereabouts, and his toys were often scattered about her chair again. When Jordan was 17, a senior at Nagawefa High School, he wrote a poem about his Dura, Hazel, for his writing class. When I first read it, tears welled up and fell from my eyes, as I again thought about all my mother had endured at the mush hole. So here's his poem called Mush Hole. Let me breathe. Okay. Mush hole. Little Indian girl on a train to a school. So far, far away from the land of her life's blood. I am with her and I am her, as are countless others on a train to a school filled with notions of civilization and the sorrows of many nations, with secret meetings in closets, so that we could talk that tongue that is our life's blood, so we could hold that dream in our hands of growing up free. But it was all overshadowed by civilization and brutal beatings and things we couldn't understand. Grandma never spoke those life-giving words ever again, nor have I. Jordan Welby Stiers, 2000. I did it. Okay. Last night, I was really having a hard time sleeping because, I get a little nervous and anxious before I have to present. And I wrote this. My mother's words, spoken both softly and fiercely one summer night in 1986, resonated deeply within my soul, cutting me to the bone. Her words told a story born from her own intergenerational trauma and struggles, igniting a spark within me. Those words brought change. In that moment, an epiphany that put me on a different path towards sobriety, healing, and a lifelong educational pursuit. I did have one more story that I wanted to share, but I'm not going to share it because I got a notice. 1 minute. So I'm going to finish up with this. What is land-based healing? I want to just tell one little story. I was in undergraduate school and I had to go and interview an elder. And so I chose Harry Hill he was originally from Six Nations, but he was living out at Tuscarora. So I went to his house and I asked him, Harry, where do you want to get interviewed? And he said, in my garden. And I said, why? Why you want to get interviewed in your garden? He said, because that's where I go when I want to put my hands in that warm earth and I want to feel that transmission of energy and I want to get regenerated. So, and another story, quick, is I went to a maple tapping training, I guess, and fish trapping with Rod Miller from Six Nations before COVID hit. And we were sitting way out in the bush, with all these maple trees with buckets hanging on them. And he was talking and sharing his stories with us. And on the walk back to the road, I said to him, Rod, how would you explain land-based healing? He said, this is it. Being on the land, this is it. So through land-based healing and wellness, we can revive our spirits, relearn our traditional practices, and revitalize our sacred connections to our connections. The reconnection to the land and the reclamation of our sacred places is foundational to our Indigenous identities and cultures. Through land-based healing and wellness, we revive our spirit, relearn our traditional practice, revitalize our sacred connection to all our relations. If colonization is basically about dispossessing Indigenous peoples from their land, their social relations, knowledges, and language that arise from the land, then decolonization is about reconnecting. We must reconnect our Indigenous peoples to the land, social relations, our languages, our traditions, practices, medicines, Indigenous knowledge, and Indigenous ways of knowing in order to heal ourselves. Nyawa Gore for letting me share.
Yeah.
Okay. Nyawa.
No.
Thank you so much. See, you did it. You did it. They were so nervous. And, it's not easy telling your story. And even if it's, real or not real or someone else's that affected you, Dave. I don't know that we need this microphone right now. I think we have someone really cool, another amazing sister friend. Where is she, Dave? Did she show up yet? That's her. It started pouring when you showed up. It's pouring. We can hear it through the roof. Asha Frost. I can hear you.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. Ani Bojo. Nade Nagui Quain Dishnakaz Nation Agaming and Dujabaji Jaktodam. My name's Asha. My spirit name's Healing Rainbow Woman. And it's a blessing to be here and to be invited into your space. Chimiigwech for that gorgeous reading of that story. And I felt so moved by that. So I was so grateful to have shown up at the time that I did to receive all of those medicine teachings for myself. So happy Indigenous Day, happy solstice energy, and then full moon. We're moving into a full moon. I'm just briefly popping on here to move a little bit of my medicine into the world. I wanted to share a little teaching from my book, You Are the Medicine, that came out 2 years ago with Hay House. And we are in the Anishinaabe teachings, the strawberry moon, O'Day Mingizis. It's coming up very shortly, although it's raining, we're being purified. The full moon, Grandmother Moon, loves to pull on those sacred waters of our hearts and our souls. So if you're feeling a little extra emotional today, you're right on pace with how the moon comes in and pulls on those sacred waters, perhaps calling on those sacred tears that we bless creation with. and the wisdom that we hold in those tears. So an invitation to let those release today, if that is something that has been held in your heart and is ready to go during this full moon time. So I brought my odaimon, my strawberries, to share, and you're probably feasting on these in some way or shape or form today. And of course, the heartberry has that teaching and that invitation for us to come back to that heart-centered way. Now, this is something I reflect on a lot, something I am invited into coming home to a lot. And in my book, During the Strawberry Moon, it is the teaching of coming back to odaimon, to the strawberry energy, and to that heart teaching. So I love to ask at this time, how are we moving our love into action? And how are we moving our love into action for perhaps those who have been left behind, those who are not seen by society? In my book, we teach about the Canada Goose at this time, Nika. So I have Nika leading this chapter in the Strawberry Moon chapter, asking again, like, how can we look at our communities and how can we open our hearts and our minds to those perhaps that are beyond the borders of our heart? Also, how can we acknowledge what cracks and breaks our hearts open, especially during National Indigenous History Month or this day, right? What stories bring forward our intergenerational trauma and harm? What cracks our heart open to the wisdom? How can we open up to that glorious wisdom that we carry in our blood, in our bones, in our sacred waters? Because I feel as Indigenous folks, we have the power in medicine as alchemists. We are the cycle breakers. We are the dreamers and the visionaries, seeing and walking and trailblazing a way for those 7 generations to come behind us. And the way that I feel we do that is through reciprocity, through a sharing nature, through the heart. Through the heart comes reciprocity and sharing. So I love to ask, can you let your heart break open so the light of your love can come through? And at this time, can you share that love with those extending out of your community that perhaps get left behind or unseen, that get marginalized or oppressed? Can we bring that love and share that with all of those spaces and places that perhaps love doesn't always reach? And then, of course, can we bring that love back to ourselves in a way where when we show up and speak to ourselves, the things we're speaking to our sacred waters are that of kindness and compassion and love. So that is my teaching today for this glorious Strawberry Moon time, this solstice time, and a blessing, if you can or if you will. We'll just take our moment to close our eyes, connecting to the light of that beautiful sun, of grandfather's sun shining down. It's not shining down right now, but it was, the longest sunshine day of the year. So just inviting that sunshine into the top of your head and maybe inviting in the medicine of light to unfreeze any of the parts that have been bound by oppression, marginalization, harm, or trauma. May that sunshine, that light, that warmth weave through your blood, your bones, and your waters. May it unfreeze and soften any inner oppressor or criticism so that all that flows through is your inherent divine light. Remembering that you are made of stardust, that you are a brilliant, bright beam of light, and that we need your medicine in the world because you are the medicine. So thank you. That is what I'm going to share today. And it's been a blessing to be here on your special celebration. I'm so grateful to have been invited. Chimigwech, chimigwech.
How about one more round of applause for Asha Frost? So sego sewa guego, sogo gwenye sunget, swak sklevigate, at nu ishwigan lono, ani bojo, jodan dijikash, makwadodum, ni credit na dojba. Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Martin. I come from 6 nations of the Grand River and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. And I'm here today with my family, some of the 6 Nations smoke dancers. And we're also here with our singer, Lance Williams. We were already up here earlier demonstrating some of our social songs and our social dances of the Six Nations, or the Haudenosaunee. Again, we come from Six Nations of the Grand River, which is located along the Grand River near Brantford, Ontario. A little history about our people and where we come from. We come from New York area in Ontario. We fought alongside the British during the war, the French and Indian Wars, the War of 1784, the American Revolution, and also the War of 1812. We fought alongside Canada, England, against the French, against the Americans, and again against the Americans. We've been alongside England in every single war that they've been in since the 1700s, since the 1600s. We have with them the Silver Covenant chain, which represents our relationship with the Crown, that we are seen as an ally, that we were always seen as a brother, an equal nation to them, and we were utilized during that time period. There was war going on in these parts of the world, in Ontario and New York. We were in hand-to-hand combat with one another, and ultimately peace prevailed. We came up with the treaties that we have today. We were ultimately given the Haldimand Deed, and we are where we are today because our ancestors were able to make those treaties, right, and make those relationships, build those relationships with our colonial neighbors, our settler neighbors, right? And ultimately, it was a war effort to keep the Americans at bay, which to us, the Americans, were just English people too, right? So that's a little history, just where we come from, where we are, how we got here today. So the next dance that I want to demonstrate is called the round dance. Some people call it the friendship dance. The round dance, the way that it's danced, there's kind of two ways to dance it. It can go boy, girl in one circle, and we go in and out. So we go up, and then we go down, we go up, and we go down. That's supposed to represent the highs and lows of life, like the highs when you get done, school, or you have a birth of a child, or you get married, like the lows of life, when someone passes away in your family, or you're going through a hard time with depression or anything like that. So that's what that's supposed to represent, the highs and lows of life. We go one way, and at a certain point of the song, we'll stop, and we'll start to go the other way. So one side represents life, the other side represents death, right? And we need both to have what we have today. And so if any dancer, today the way we're going to dance it is one circle, boy, girl. However you identify, we're going to just try our best to just line up. If anyone wants to come dance with us, it's a pretty easy dance. Once again, it's up, then down, and then at a certain point, we're going to switch feet and go up, then down, up, then down. So do I have any volunteers out in the crowd? Come on up. Let's get a round of applause for these volunteers. They're always brave to come up and dance. And we're going to have Lance come up here and sing us a couple round dance songs. Round of applause for Lance, our singer.
Hi-yo, 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 hi-ya. Hi-yo, 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 hi-ya. 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 Goya, hi-ya, goya, hi-ya, hi-yo-wee. Hi-yo, hi-yo, hi-ya. 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 Goya, hi-ya, goya, hi-ya, hi-yo-wee. Hi-yo, hi-yo, hi, hi-yo, 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 hi-ya. Hi-yo, hi-yo, hi-ya. Hi-yo, hi-yo, hi-ya. Hi-yo, hi-yo, ya ya hayo we. Hayo ha hiyo ha ya. 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 Goya ya ha goya ya hayo we. Yo ha ya ho ya he ha we ho ya he we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he yo we. Yo ha ya ho ya he ha we ho ya he we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he yo we. Yo ha ya ho ya he ha we ho ya he we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he yo we. Yo ya ho ya he yo ya ho ya he ha we ho ya he we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he yo we. Yo ya ho ya he ha we ho ya he we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he we ya he we ya he ya ho we ya he yo we.
So again, that was the round dance. Some people call it the friendship dance. Again, there's two ways to dance it. Sometimes we have all the females in the middle, and they'll have a female circle, and they'll go one way, and then the males will stand on the outside, and they'll go the other way. So there's two circles going at the same time in either direction. And then also the way you just seen it right now is boy, girl, going one way, then going the other way. So again, a round of applause for our volunteers. Very brave, Nyawa. Thanks for coming up. Get a big Nyawa for them. Now we're going to demonstrate another smoke dance. I was told we only have 10 minutes for this part because we're going to try to catch up a little bit. So we're going to ask our friend Lance to come up and sing a fast smoke dance for our girls here. We're going to have our girls dance. Then I'm going to do a slow war dance, followed by a fast smoke dance, all of us. So we're going to call up Lance.
Ayo na yo na yo wajna yo wahi. Yo na yo na yo wajna yo wahi. Yo na yo na yo wajna yo wahi. 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 Oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage oh we a hanage oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage oh we a hanage oh we a hanage yo oh we a hanage yo we a hanage oh we a hanage Howe Hanege, yo Howe Hanege, yo Howe Hanege, yo Howe Hanege, Howe Hanege, Howe Hanege, yo Howe Hanege, yo Howe Hanege, Howe Hanege, yo Hia. Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo, Gayawane, hayo. Okay, once again, we're the Six Nations Smoke Dancers. We want to thank everyone for having us today. Now we're calling on Grandmother's Voice to come up here and continue on with their presentation. Nyawa, thank you. Once again, how we say thank you in the Mohawk language is Nyawa. Can I get a big Nyawa? Thank you everyone. Nyawa, thank you for having us.
We'll see them again. Nyawa. So what's going on? We have the sisters here. Looks like they're going to play something. I might stay for this one. Oh, we're bringing the grandmother. I'll watch them do this. So tell you a little story about this grandmother's drum. And it's actually not even a little story. It's a pretty big story. So several years ago, when Grandmother's Voice was offered space at Country Heritage Park, that's in Milton, we were offered space to help build community. They said there's some space here, maybe a garden, maybe you can help us create a wellness space. And so it started with the garden. And the garden was, they told us 10 feet, and it ended up being 60 feet. And it ended up, this garden was created, and people started to come to the garden. And then a month or so after we planted the last medicine, the children were revealed. And it was just this beautiful, real story that happened. And community was gathering, and we were coming together. And this drum was gifted to Grandmother's Voice from Crawford Lake. So quite a few years ago, a young man gifted the drum to Crawford Lake, or he left it there. And so when Brenna, who's from Crawford Lake, the education program there, she gifted it to us, and she said, he left it here, and we know that it's not for us. So we'd like to offer it to Grandmother's Voice, and hopefully you can figure out what it's for. And so it sat with us for several months while we tried to build our community in this space. And every once in a while, we would hear a snap or a crack. And then one of our grandmothers, actually Terry Lynn Brandt, she came by and she said, "You need to pull that drum out of the corner." It was in this nice circular kind of corner. And so we pulled it out, and it continued to make this noise, and it continued to break. And like the sides were kind of breaking, and then it was like, it's talking to us. That's what they said. It's talking to you. And so the elders from 101 Dewagons were out there one day, and I said, would you mind taking the drum? And we don't really know what to do with it, and apparently it's talking to us. And so Oliver took it home, and about a month and a half, 2 months later, he said, Jody, I've been working with the drum a little bit. I kind of took it apart here and undid it here. And he said, and then I took the whole top off, the skin off, and it was really dry and tired. And he said, and I looked inside, and he said, it was a drum that I made 20 something years ago. And so if you've been listening to our stories today, it's not a coincidence. Those things aren't a coincidence. Everything about Indigenous ways of being is, secular. It's holistic. It's about connectedness. It's about universal connections. And so this drum was offered, he brought it back to Grandmother's Voice. And for those of you who may have joined us on International Women's Day, we were able to birth the drum, the grandmother's drum. And so we were able to invite sisters to the drum, and it's our responsibility. There's several of us that sit at the drum, and we've been waiting to play her, waiting to bring her out. So Josie and Jen are here, and I'm just gonna just stand by the drum and just receive that medicine today, because it's been really emotional, amazing day being with community in this way today. So Nyawa for always showing up.
We're going to sing, the first song we're going to sing is a Brenda McIntyre song, Medicine Song Woman, and it's called Andayan. And Andayan in Anishinaabe is the word for home. And Brenda wrote this song also to honor the strength of women. And so we're going to start out with that one. And home is a universal connection that we all have. And as women, we also represent the home to our families, to also our communities. And so, miigwech for listening.
Hello. I'll just say a little something about this drum too before. Maybe what we'll do is after we're finished playing, because I'm standing at an angle, and I was able to. This drum was with me for since it was made and given. And I had it sitting beside, if any of you watched our lives, which I don't think it's a big deal because it's in my living room and I just press play. But this drum sat there, and I would see the animals. I would feel them moving, and then and right here, as I'm standing here, I see the face of the grandmother, and it's like all of the movement around there is the animals and the birds and the water animals, and it's so beautiful. So when we're finished, we'll put her back up, and maybe if you have time, you can come and take a look at both the bottom and the top, and it's just really beautiful.
We're going to sing Strong Woman's Song, which is by Maggie Paul. And now we're going to do the longest walk. We'll do 2 each, okay? Join in.
Actually, you guys do one more. I'm
Okay,
gonna go see
okay.
who's next.
Okay. We're going to do the bear song now.
So we have some amazing guests here. I don't know if you had a chance to watch the Nature of Healing. That's the Mohawk Village Memorial Park residential school survivors from the Mohawk Indian Residential School. So I just snagged them. They were just having coffees and snacks. And I said, you know what, let's come, because we got a little bit behind in our schedule earlier, and we're going to bring them out to, they're here somewhere. There you are. I knew if I said it again, you would come out. We had the amazing honor to work, to support these beautiful people, and just get to know them and hang out with them over the last couple of years. And it's just been so amazing to see all the work that you guys do and have done for everyone. The healing that you bring to communities is just unbelievable. And I'm
We
You're
feel
just
the
awesome.
same way about you.
Oh, good. Thanks. Because it's a lot of work.
It is.
So tell us about what's going on, and then they're going to be, if you haven't seen their documentary, they'll be viewing or screening that again, and I think at 4:30 we're moving that up a little bit.
Okay, the documentary is actually the lives of at least 6 residential school survivors, their story, their truths, what they went through as children, and now as adults. It's been made into a documentary. We've won all kinds of awards in Canada and in the United States. It's something to me that everyone should see. All of Canada needs to see this documentary and to share with everybody that you know. If you can find out where to see this, it's going to be playing in Hamilton at the Players Guild in August. But you can also purchase that through the Mohawk Village Memorial Park. It's a fundraiser for us because we are building a memorial park that's dedicated to all the children who attended the Mohawk Institute, which we call the Mush Hole, over its 140 years that it was up and running. It closed in 1970. And so we have, like Charlene here, she's also in the documentary and talks about her life there. She was there when it closed. My sister and I were there in 1957 to 1961. And 2 of our other presenters were there prior to that. So in the 40s and early 50s, and it's all about their lives and the impact it had on them, their families, the community, and Canada doesn't know about it. When I've met so many people who say, well, how come we didn't know this? It's because you weren't meant to know. It was a closed system. And it was just against Native people across Canada. There was there's 60 communities from across Canada, right from BC to Quebec, that had children come or being sent to the Mohawk Institute in Brantford, in 2 territories as well. And people don't know that. There's residential schools right across Canada, but the Mohawk Institute was the first one. But it also had people like children from, they said they didn't take anybody from less than 7. And yet we have friends who were there when their brothers and sisters were 2 and 3, 4 and 5. And even my own sister, she was 6, and we had another one who was 5 when we went in there. So I think it's really important that everybody, well, we're going to show it in the auditorium at 4:30 today, but I think that once you see it, you will think that everybody should see this because it is the truth. It is the truth from children. You might look at it and say, oh, old lady, what does she know? Well, I was a kid once too. And those are the things that these experiences are about, what happened to kids. And I think that's really important. Roberta is the chair of our Mohawk Village Memorial Park. And we've spent close to almost $2 million now at that park. It's on 5 acres. Our band council gave us a BCR to develop that memorial park. And right now it's kind of on a standstill because of certain things, but not because of funds, but because of the research that's going on behind the actual development. Anybody want to say anything? They don't normally not want to say anything.
No, the only thing I would say is that you'll have a better understanding if you see the film, because it's actually, even for us that lived it, it's still pretty painful for us. But I see the pain on some of the people and some of the guys that we went to school with. I still see that pain there. It doesn't go away. We've learned to deal with things, but I think it's something that we always carry, probably will for the rest of our lives. But I think it's one of those films that's very educational, that people should see it, because it comes from our perspective. It's not propaganda from the government or anybody else. This comes from us, and it comes from the heart.
So I just wanted to share that, like sharing our truth and everything like that, being in that residential school, being in that prison and everything like that has kind of opened my understanding too, and my children's, hopefully, my children's understanding of the residential school effects and how the ripple effects have affected everybody. So, like getting this understanding and hearing our truth, like we're not here forever, and we have never been in the history books. So yeah, so today is a start. So if you want to come and see us, we'll be up. Our film will be viewing at 4:30. So yeah, we'll go for being here and listening.
Thank you.
This place is huge. Oh, thanks for your patience. This place is huge. So we were waiting for our next guest, but probably with the weather, it was probably hard for him to get here. So we've called Samantha Dockstader is supposed to be on at 4:30, or 4:20, but she's going to come on now and start her second session again. And if you haven't heard her speak, she's amazing. For those of you watching live, you can watch the earlier one that she did. Yeah. Oh, the movie is going to be in the auditorium. Yeah, if you go up that way and that way and that way, you'll be all good. Just follow the yellow brick road. Yeah, thank you. Yes, you good? Oh, you need the clicker thing. Are you all set, Dave? I know we're throwing yeah, amazing. These guys are amazing. I was just like, I wish you guys worked with us. And thank you, Samantha, for moving in and getting us caught up.
So what's the time?
It is, I think, thank you, 4:10. Is this right? Or no? When Dave comes walking, I've done something wrong. And the clicker. I don't know, yeah, that's my childhood trauma. The strut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing, Dave. Thank you for all you've been doing. Have fun.
Yawa. Sagoli, Swagwig. Hello, everyone. It's nice and cool in here. I'm excited to share with you all. Yawa. Sagoli, Swagwig. Yejisto kwa noon ni yung gets. Wage guaho ni wagit the load. Onya aga ni wago hajod. I'm from Oneida, Nation of the Thames, near London. My clan is Wolf, and today, this afternoon, I'm going to share with you Indigenous astronomy as told by the Haudenosaunee. So even though this is a Haudenosaunee perspective, a lot of our nations have similarities, and you would have heard that with everything you've heard today. And so even though this is a Haudenosaunee perspective, it's really universal knowledge. So I'm real thankful to share that with you. And you've also heard people give thanks, say the Gunahela Dunksla, the Thanksgiving address. So when we do that as people, that's real scientific. When you say Agwego Huskajin, Dwahoinuni, Ongwahnigula, when we bring our minds together as one, that's neuroscience. But we're not only bringing our minds together as one, as people, but as creation too. So that's real scientific. So Ongwehoe people, and when I say Ongwehoe, it's just the Oneida word for indigenous. It's just the word that rolls off my tongue a little bit more easy. So Ongwehoe people, we've always been really scientific. This was my sister's research that she started in a few years ago. She was a student at Western University in London, Ontario. She was in an astronomy class, and she knew that our connections were like, we had more depth. And so she applied for a position to do research for Indigenous astronomy. And so for 3 years, she traveled across many different Haudenosaunee communities and gathered stories and teachings and understandings. Sash passed away 3 years ago. She had cancer. It was really like shocking to go through that, but I accepted the gift to continue her work and her research. So 6 weeks after Sash passed away, it was during COVID. I got really sick, and I got COVID. My COVID turned into double pneumonia COVID. I was put in a medically induced coma. The doctors, they told my family I was gonna die, but they didn't know who they were messing with. And when I say that, I don't mean myself. I mean my little sister. So Sash was, is, and will always be my biggest protector. But when I was in a coma, she came and got me. And she took me to this middle plane. This middle plane, it's connected to Sky World, it's connected to Earth World, it's connected to Star World, it's connected to Water World, and it's connected to Dream World. And that's where I stayed for almost a month. But when I was there, I thought that I brought my sister back to life. Like, I thought that was my gift. And I was like, how am I going to explain this to people? Like, what are people going to think? Like, am I supposed to have this gift? So fast forward, I don't have the gift to bring my sister back to life, but I have accepted the gift to continue her work and her research. And once I did that, once I said like, okay, sister, I'll do it. It was like I just got downloaded with all this information, and all of a sudden I had all these theories and I could make all these connections. So this presentation, it's really precious to me. This is Sasha's favorite quote. We have calcium in our bones, iron in our veins, carbon in our souls, and nitrogen in our brains. 93% stardust with souls made of flames. We are all just stars that have people names. So even scientifically, when a star dies, when it goes supernova, the dust from a star that has passed away, the iron that's in that dust is the actual iron that makes our blood red. So even scientifically, we are stars and stars are us. This is a condition my sister and I have had our whole entire lives, and I never knew there was a name for it. It's called nova lunosis, the state of relaxation and wonderment experienced while gazing upon the stars. I think a lot of us probably feel this. You know, when you look at the stars and you just feel those connections, that's because that's our family we're looking at. And so while we're wondering, or, while we're staring at them with that wonderment, the stars are also looking at us with that same wonderment. And they're like, oh, my little earth beings, I'm so proud of you. So that's a reciprocal wonderment. And the stars, they're actually out 24 hours a day. We just can't see them during the day because it's so bright out. This is the first photo ever taken of a dying star. This is the photo that pushed me to continue this work. This is the photo that showed me how beautiful death was. This is the photo that told me that everything is going to be okay. This journey, it really starts in our creation story, and we have many versions of our creation stories. And, they're all important and they're all valid, but it starts out in Sky World. And in Sky World, we have Sky Woman, and they say that Sky Woman, that she had big gifts and that she was going to go on to do big things. So when Sky Woman got old enough, she found a partner, she became married, and she became pregnant. And when she was pregnant, she craved the roots of this celestial tree. And this tree, like many things grew on it. So there was lots of medicine on it. And a lot of our medicine, like the medicine is in the root. So that's what she craved when she was pregnant. And she craved it so much that this tree became weak, the roots became weak, and it fell over. And when it fell over, it exposed this dark hole. Every version of our creation story has this dark hole. And this one, so this is a photo of a black hole scientifically. And what a black hole is scientifically is how you cross from one universe to the next. When you go through the threshold of that hole, it's a one-way journey. This is my theory too, but what if this is an actual photo of the black hole that's been talked about in all of our creation stories? Because this black hole, they call it Sagittarius A star, it's located along the Milky Way. And the Milky Way is our pathway from sky world to earth world. And see those three lighter areas on the dark hole? The number 3, it's real important in a lot of our teachings and understandings. And when Creator first made people, he blew 3 breaths of life into us. So you'll see the number 3 and multiples of the number 3 that'll pop up in a lot of our teachings. But what a black hole also looks like is a umbilical cord. So that's a picture of an umbilical cord if you like cut it through the center. And that has those 3 sections because one provides nourishment, one provides oxygen, and one gets rid of waste. So scientists are still trying to figure out what black holes are. But it's like, Ongwehome people, we've always known these things. So a sky woman falls from the sky. That's actually an event horizon. And so what we now call Earth world was once water world. We technically still kind of are because the Earth is still 70% water. So Sky Woman came from Sky World. There was a turtle on top of the water, and there was a bunch of water animals and water birds. And those water birds, they seen her, and they said, "What is that? I don't think she has wings. I don't think she can fly. We better catch her." So those water birds, they like formed together and they made a bed and they let Sky Woman land on their backs. And the turtle, she told them, "You can bring her down and lay her on my back." So the water birds, they brought Sky Woman to the back of the turtle, and Sky Woman brought things with her from Sky World. She brought the strawberries, the sacred tobacco, the wild potatoes, and our junhekwa, the corn beans and squash. So she needed some soil to plant those seeds in those plants. So the water animals, they asked her if they could help, and they all dove down to look for dirt. The only one that was successful was little Anogi, the muskrat, and he gives her that dirt, and she takes it to plant her seeds, and she danced like a woman shuffle dance in a counterclockwise motion, and she sang seed songs to those seeds to help them to grow. And we still sing those same seed songs today to help our garden grow. And so that's how she starts to recreate Earth. And that's why when we talk about Turtle Island as being North America, it's still in the shape of a turtle. So originally it would have been like one continent. Everything like broke up later. But where we stayed in our homelands, it still kept that turtle shape. And that's why we call it Turtle Island. So Sky Woman goes on to give birth to a daughter. Her daughter grows very rapidly. When she becomes old enough, she gets courted by the west wind. Some say turtle man, some say thunder man. And so they become married, and he lays 2 arrows beside her. One had a flint tip, one had none, and she becomes pregnant with twin boys. When these boys are born, Songwayat Dizo, the creator, the right-handed twin, he was born the natural way. His brother, the left-handed twin, the mischievous one, he was born out of her side, and she didn't survive childbirth. So she was buried into the earth that her mother started. And then she gave birth to the twins who go on to create the rest of the earth. So that's why we call the earth Mother Earth. In Oneida, we say Yonki Noha. So her twin sons, they go on to create everything. The creator, he had like such a good mind. He created everything with so much goodness. His brother would kind of come along and mess things up, but really they created balance, and everything in life needs that balance. They were raised by their grandma, Sky Woman. And when she passed away, they kind of fought over like where to bury her. And because they were fighting over her, her body was flung into the air and she becomes the moon. That's why we say grandmother moon, Yunki Sut. And so that's how the earth was created and that's how the moon was created. And so because Sky Woman becomes the moon and she danced counterclockwise on the back of the turtle, the moon also phases in that same motion. And that's also why we do our dances in that counterclockwise motion. The lunar calendar, that are our original calendar, the lunar calendar has 13 months and 28 days in each one. If we were to break up with the Gregorian calendar that we use today, this is what our calendar would look similar to. It would start at the new moon and it would phase around. The full moon is the middle of the cycle. So that first phase is like when you set your intentions and then you put your plans into place. On a full moon, you like release anything and then you make adjustments and then you rest and recharge and reset. We weren't so hustle and bustle 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We took that quarter out of every moon phase to rest and recharge and reset to prepare us for the next cycle. And every quarter isn't exactly 7 days. Some are 6, some are 7, and some are 8, depending on the time of the year. And if that quarter, that phase needs more time, it's given more time. So when we have our moon ceremony, we're giving thanks to the moon. We're acknowledging our grandma who, still is there to take care of us. And this is the best time of the month to release anything that doesn't serve us purpose. So I was having a conversation with somebody earlier, and we were talking about how come on a full moon, she's like, like the hospitals go crazy, the police stations go crazy, the courts go crazy. Like, how come that happens? And I've been thinking about it since she said that. And, I think that happens because we don't release what isn't serving us purpose anymore at this time. So then when we keep it in, we didn't release it, that like makes everything like gives it that shift. Um, and so when you let go of anything that isn't serving your purpose, you're going to have like an opening where you let go of everything. So you got to fill that back up with goodness. That's why we use strawberries, tobacco, and water. And strawberries and tobacco, those are celestial because Sky Woman brought those with her. So when you use those together, it makes everything more magical. The men have a responsibility too. They take care of the fire and they protect the circle. My family, we had full moon ceremonies for our grief, and everyone participated. Like my brothers came, my nephews came, and so it was for all of us, and a time for us to let go of anything that wasn't serving us purpose. Then we have our elder brother, the sun, and the sun represents that positive male energy. Some say he was Sky Woman's older brother. Some say he was her partner. The common denominator is that the sun represents that positive male energy and brings balance and warmth. And he told Sky Woman, don't worry, I'll always look out for you. The sun is actually a star, and it's the star that's closest to Earth. So when you think about everything that's nurtured by sunlight, that's actually starlight that it's nourished by. We have Earth and Venus, the original sisterhood. I believe that Songwaya Dizo, the creator, that he made this planet, the one that's closest to Earth, that he made her feminine because he missed his mom. So even in our culture, our aunties, they're real important. In Oneida, we say Ugnoha for mother and Yugnoha for auntie, and that just means another mother. And so that comes from, having that connection, that original sisterhood. Whenever your moms need help, the aunties will step in. So my sister, she has a daughter. And when my sister passed away, her friend asked me, are you going to adopt her daughter? And I told her, I'm like, it's already done. Like, we don't have to do paperwork. We don't have to fill anything out. I step into that role as, being that mother figure for her. And so Venus is feminine, Mars is masculine, Jupiter and Saturn, those are also masculine planets. Neptune and Pluto are feminine. Uranus and Mercury, those are neutral planets. They're not male or female. So I call those our two spirit planets. So the Creator, He made that big celestial universal family inclusive. He also made it large because He knew that big families were going to be important. But He didn't really have a big family, but He knew they were going to be helpful. 20 years ago, Pluto got kicked out of the solar system because Pluto is now a microplanet or a dwarf planet. And I know why, because Pluto is on a different plane. But I was like, that's mean. So, and there is debate about it, but I leave Pluto in the solar system family. And so there's 9 planets. And for Haudenosaunee people, we have 9 clan families. And every clan family has their own unique responsibilities and gifts and traits. And we all take care of each other in the Confederacy. And we're a matrilineal society, so we get our clans from our mother. And that's even scientific. With mitochondrial DNA, you have the exact same mitochondria as your mother. And the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. You have the exact same mitochondrial DNA as your mother, and plus of her mother, and her mother's mother, and all of their children. And you also have the same clans. That's how our clan system works. Then we have the big total solar eclipse that just happened on April 8th. This was a big day. This was a big time. The word for eclipse, a total solar eclipse, is wadwadahni. The etymology of that word means that when their paths cross, they back each other up. So we know that the moon is a feminine energy, the sun is a male energy. So when their paths cross and they back each other up, they help to restore balance in that path of totality. So this is a real special time for us. So total solar eclipses, they happen every 18 months somewhere in the world. But the path of totality for us in this area, the last time it happened here was 99 years ago. The next time it'll happen is in 120 years. So this is the only time we were able to experience this in our lifetime in this location. So we did a lot of work to absorb all of that energy. And so the sun is actually 400 times the size of the moon, but it's also 400 times further away. Scientifically, they say, oh, that's a wonderful coincidence. That's not a coincidence for Ongwehoe knowing. In our understandings, in our teachings, it's not a coincidence, it's strategic planning. And the sun and the moon, they knew that they would have to cross paths every once in a while to help restore balance in that path of totality. So that path of totality came right from Mexico through the United States and then entered through the east coast of Canada. It went through all of North America. So this is all like the turtle. It went all the way through the turtle, like the center of the turtle. And so that was real special for us to be aligned through the center of the turtle. And for Haudenosaunee people, they say that a total solar eclipse helped form the Great Law of Peace, that the Senecas were the last ones to agree, and when the sky got dark, they took that as a sign. And so this year, for the total solar eclipse and that whole path, NASA even deemed that the best place to see a total solar eclipse was in Niagara Falls, New York. That's Haudenosaunee homelands. That's Seneca territory. So I was like, NASA better call me because we need to be part of this conversation. And I even wrote it in my planner. I'm like, NASA is coming to Niagara Falls, New York for the eclipse weekend. That was in like January, I seen that. So a couple of weeks later, a lady did reach out to me and she said, we're planning, we're partnering with NASA to plan an eclipse weekend in Niagara Falls, New York. And we'd like to invite you to be part of that weekend. So I went and I opened up their weekend. I was their first presentation for their weekend. And when I finished, I told them, I said, I'll let NASA take over for the rest of the weekend because you know the real science now. And so NASA, they gave us their eclipse glasses. It says the eclipse through the eyes of NASA. I was like, what if I don't want to see the eclipse through the eyes of NASA? What if I want to see the eclipse through the eyes of the Haudenosaunee? So my friend made those ones, the Haudenosaunee version of the eclipse glasses. And even our elders, they tell us we're not supposed to look at it because it's a real special time. And there's a few reasons for it. One is because it's harmful to our eyes, but also because it's like an emotional time. You know, when you haven't seen your family for a while and you might run into each other and you get really emotional, and other people, they might say, oh, well, I'll let you guys have a moment. So the same thing happens when an eclipse is coming, a total solar eclipse. So they're just like so excited, their paths are going to meet. They just visit for like a short time and then they have to say, see you later. And so, you know, it's that special that we don't have to look at it. We can just absorb the energy of it. But during this time, it was also like a celestial family reunion because when the sun and the moon were eclipsing, also in that path was like Venus, Neptune, Saturn, Mercury, Uranus, Jupiter. The Pleiades is like right there. So this is like a big celestial reunion that was happening at that time that we couldn't see. All we had to do was feel the energy of it. So where I was for the eclipse, I was in Niagara. I was in like near Victor, New York. It was Seneca territory. We gathered for 3 days and 3 nights. We had ceremony for the eclipse. It was dark out. It was cloudy there, so we didn't see anything. But it got really super, super dark. And we gathered in the place of where like the Great Law of Peace was formed. When Jaguntsatse and the peacemaker came and they got the whole Confederacy to agree to the Great Law of Peace, that's where I was this year for the total solar eclipse. That's what we're giving thanks to you know, help absorb that energy of that restoration of balance. And so my most favorite part was because it got so dark, because it was so cloudy where we were, that when the sun came back out, there was like a 360-degree sunrise. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I know now why people chase eclipses. Just to have that feeling again, like I want to see another eclipse. I might be somewhere in, you know, the next 2 years chasing an eclipse. And so when the creator, when he first made stars, when he first made colors, he made the bluebird, the sunflower, and the red ochre dogwood. And these are the primary colors of the world today. They're also the color of stars. But the hottest star is blue, and the coldest star is red. And this is one of our star pointers. It would have been like our first telescope. Even though it doesn't actually magnify anything, when you can like direct your vision to one certain area, your mind will kind of blur everything else out. And because it's not polite to point at people, it also wasn't polite to point at stars. So this is what we would have used to point out the stars. And everything is in the sky. Everything's in the star world. Our creation story, our clans. But the things that we use the most for our astronomical markers and guides is the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, and the Pleiades. And so where they are in relation to each other, you can see it on this map. And so the story of the Big Dipper and the celestial bear, they say there was a bear outside of like a Mohawk community, and that bear was eating everything in the woods. So when the hunters went out, they weren't successful. And because they weren't successful hunting, the community started to get really hungry, and then they started to get really sick. And so on 3 nights, 3 hunters, they had the exact same dream that they hunted down this great celestial bear. So when they woke up, they said, that's what we're going to do. We're going to hunt this great celestial bear, and we're not going to give up until we get him. So they hunted him for a very long time. They would come close enough to him, they could harm him, but he would never die. And they just kept going and going. And then the bear, he just got tired of being hunted. So they said one day the bear, he just like ran as hard as he could and he jumped into the stars. And those hunters, they said, we're not giving up. And so they also ran as hard as they could and they jumped into the stars. And so the scoop of the Big Dipper represents that bear, and the handle represents the three hunters, and they still continue to cycle around and chase that bear. But every fall, they'll get close enough to that bear where they can harm him, and then the blood from the bear is what turns our fall leaves red and yellow and orange. So it's a continuous cycle that still happens to this day. Then we have our Pleiades, or the seven dancers. This is also part of our astronomical guide. It also tells us what time of year it is. It tells us when to plant. They tell us when to harvest. They tell us when to have certain ceremonies. And so they started out with 8 dancers, 8 young men. And they wanted to have a ceremony in the woods. So they asked their mothers for food. And their mothers said, no, I'm not going to give you food to take to the woods. So they're kind of upset. And they said, don't worry, we'll still dance without our feast. And so they, their intention was so strong that they started to lift off the ground when they were singing and dancing. And they just started getting higher and higher. And their parents came and they're like, what are you guys doing? Come back here. And the one singer and dancer is like, whatever you do, don't look back. Don't look back. And so they just keep getting higher and higher. And so one boy, he did look back. And when he looked back, he like turned into a comet. And when that comet hit the ground, it put a big hole in the dirt. And from that dirt grew a great white pine tree. That great white pine tree becomes our tree of peace. And so the rest of those 7 dancers, they danced all the way in to be part of the Milky Way. But they're really part of our guide because they tell us in our teachings, like, that's where we come from. We come from the Pleiades. The Pleiades are part of the Milky Way. And so I imagine the Pleiades to be like, when there's airport workers and they have those things and they're guiding the airplanes. So when you're traveling across the Milky Way, it's so huge that the Pleiades is there and they're telling you where to turn to go back to Sky World. So Pleiades is like over there near Taurus, and then you come down the Milky Way. That's where Sagittarius A star is located. And I know that's a supermassive black hole. And so you would come through Sagittarius A star and come to the Earth. So that's where everything is, all in relation to each other. This was on March 15th of this year. This is what the sky looked like. So all of those planets were also visiting in a row too. And so there's also an Eagle Nebula. And nebulas are like, there's different types of nebulas. Some nebulas are for like daycare centers for young stars. And so when stars are, just like forming, they're not ready to go out on their own, they hang out in these nebulas. This one, they call it an Eagle Nebula because it looks like an eagle. But this Eagle Nebula is located near the Pleiades. The Pleiades is like our doorway back to Sky World. In our teachings, the eagle is the bird that can fly the highest and is the messenger for Songwaya Dizo, the creator. And so whenever we're doing anything and the eagle comes and checks on us, we know we're on a good path. But even in Star World, when you're on that path back to Sky World, you're going to cross by an Eagle Nebula. So it's like already all connected. This is how you find the North Star. If you line the side of the Big Dipper up to the handle of the scoop of the Little Dipper, that's Polaris, the North Star. It's also the same brightness as the 2 stars on the side of the scoop of the Little Dipper. Those all have the same brightness. Those 4 stars in the center, they're not as bright. So that's why the Little Dipper is always harder to find than the Big Dipper. We could also tell time at night. If you go, because they go like circumpolar, counterclockwise. So 24 would be midnight, and you'd be able to tell time um, according until the sun would come up. You can also measure daylight with your fingers. If you measure like underneath the bottom of the sun to the horizon line, however many fingers you can fit, each finger is 15 minutes. So when I took this photo, I could fit one finger in between the bottom of the sun and the horizon line. So I knew I had 15 minutes of daylight left. In the daytime, you can fit a whole bunch of hands. So you know you have a lot of hours. In Oneida, our word for time is Donio Istai. And our word for money is Owista. They have the same root word, which is whist. And that refers to the gold pendulum on a grandfather clock. But what that means is those are newer concepts of time and money. And so we would have really valued time. You know, we knew how precious time was. You couldn't get time back. And money, it's really just a tool. It was never our measurement of wealth. But those are both newer understandings. Oops. So the Big Dipper, also the position of it, lets us know what season it is. So now it's going into the summer position. And the solstices and the equinoxes, these are real special times. We celebrate these because now the time that we have with the sun is going to get shorter. Our days are getting shorter. So our time with the sun is going to be less. And so we give thanks on these solstices and these equinoxes because even though our seasons are changing here, our connection, that the time that we're spending with the sun is changing, the time we're spending with the moon is changing, the time we're spending with certain stars is changing because we can only see certain stars during certain times of the year. But the Big Dipper, we can always find it. So that's why it was real important in our navigation. When the Creator made people, He put all of these elements into us: hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, and iron. Then He blew those 3 breaths of life into us. So not only are we stars, but we are also universe. The Oneida words for star, ojist, ojistoqua, ojistoqualu, haquajilate, yunguajistaya. So when we say my family, we're also saying my star family because we're all connected. And then that fire of those stars within us, that yunguajistaya, it's up to us to keep our vibration high because when we vibrate high, that's when we receive all of our gifts. When we vibrate low, we attract low vibrational things. So it's up to us to do the work to keep our vibration high. And a lot of times, you know, people they tell us to have a good mind, but nobody tells us how to do it. And so I asked my grandparents, I still have grandparents, they're in their late 80s. And I'm like, Aksa, like, what's the tips and tricks to have a good mind? She's like, oh, you just do it. And I'm like, what? So then I asked my parents' generation, and they're like, you'll figure it out. And then my generation's like, I'm going to have to do some research and hypothesize some things. And then the younger generation, they'll be like, I'm going to Google it. But, you know, having a good mind doesn't mean that you're happy 24 hours a day. You're going to feel lots of different emotions. That's normal. But having a good mind is being able to bring yourself back to that good place. And all the things we give thanks to, like all those elements, those are all of our helpers. Sometimes we just have to go to the water. Sometimes you like go to the moon, the stars, the winds, the thunders, the birds, the animals, the medicines, the trees. Those are all of our helpers. We just have to go to them, and then they'll help to raise our vibration. So creation is there to take care of us. That means always we all help each other. And then there's the circle of life and death, stardust to stardust. Because we travel across the Milky Way when we're born, we're covered in stardust. And the midwives or the nurses or our families, they clean us off. We say a speech to our babies when they're born, and then we're welcoming them here. We're happy they made that journey, and they chose us to be their family. When we pass away, we say another speech to our loved ones that's releasing them from their, the responsibilities and everything they have to do here. And we wish them on a beautiful journey. So when they get back to Sky World, they travel across the Milky Way again. They're covered in stardust again, and they clean them off in Sky World, and they say another speech to them to welcome them back. This is what human ashes look like under a high-powered microscope. They also look like the universe. And this is a birth of a star. So this happens when atoms of light elements are squeezed under enough pressure for their nuclei to undergo fusion. And when you put these pictures beside each other, us as humans being born and stars being born, we look like we're both coming through that birth canal. When a star passes away, it runs out of fuel and the star collapses and the outer layers, they explode as a supernova. We have to think of it just as special that when our loved ones pass away, they just become a supernova. So the Milky Way, that's our pathway. And this is an artist, she's from Ganawagi. Her name is Candace Snook. She painted the Milky Way and then she beaded strawberries and berries along it. And so when I first seen this picture, it was an art show. And I was like, oh, I wish one day I could have that picture hanging on my wall. And so I did this presentation in her community, and she gifted me a print of the artwork that she did. So I brought it home, and it's hanging on my wall now. But I told my aksat, my grandma, about this painting and this artwork. And she said a long time ago, the old people, they would say, Julekwa algoyaku gwa asunt. And what that means is I almost went and picked berries last night. But what they really meant by it is that they almost died last night. When they were telling a story, instead of saying I almost died, they would say I almost went and picked berries because they knew the Milky Way was lined with berries. So even scientifically, the dust from a star in the Milky Way, it contains ethyl formate. Ethyl formate is the compound that gives raspberries its unique flavor. So the Milky Way tastes like raspberries. I've also heard that sometimes raspberries will just all of a sudden grow on someone's grave. I've also heard that people, when they're giving birth, they could smell berries. So it's already all connected, like our people have all of this knowledge. This is the Milky Way from Chittenango Falls a couple of weeks ago. It's Milky Way season right now. I've never seen the Milky Way with my own two eyes like this, and I know that it pictures different, but that's my goal, is to be somewhere I can see the Milky Way like that. So this kind of like sums it all up. A star that's gone supernova also looks like a placenta, and a placenta also looks like a tree. So it takes us all the way back to the beginning in Sky World. When Sky Woman was pregnant, she craved the roots of that celestial tree. She was ending her time there to begin a new world. And so the whole circle of life and death and birth, it's all just as beautiful and it's all equal. This is my favorite thing. So they tell us that when our loved ones pass away, there comes a time when they send their gifts back. Oops. There comes a time when they send their gifts back. They send their knowledge back. They send their teachings back. And so a couple of years ago, I was laying there, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, when does this happen? When do they start to send their gifts back? And I just heard this voice in my head, and it said, in a shooting star. So I was like, what is a shooting star exactly? And so I start researching it. And so a shooting star isn't actually a shooting star. It's a meteor. And when that meteor is like coming across the sky, it's like burning up and turning into dust. A lot of times it totally dissolves, but if it stays intact, it becomes a meteorite. And a couple of years ago, scientists found DNA in meteorites that made it to Earth. So this is my theory, but I share it because it makes my heart happy. This is how I believe our loved ones start to send their gifts back. Because how come we feel so lucky when we see a shooting star? How come we wish on shooting stars And how come sometimes we just know how to do things that nobody ever taught us? So the next time you see a shooting star, which is actually a meteor, give thanks to it because somebody just got their family's gifts back. And it could be you. This is my brother. He's really into astrophotography, and he got a picture of a meteor on the last meteor shower in the right top hand corner of the meteor shower that was in January. And so when you think about the definition of a scientist, it's someone who is studying or has expert knowledge on one of more of the natural or physical sciences. Ongwehome people, we've always been really scientific. We've also always been astronomers, astrophysicists, mathematicians, engineers, architects, biodiverse farmers, lawmakers, doctors, inventors, artisans, social workers, therapists, teachers, and so much more. And so a couple years ago, I would have thought, like, who am I to have a theory? I'm just Sam Dockstader, a girl from the res with big dreams. And now I think, who am I not to? And so when I share my theories with my people, everybody's like, I believe it, Sam, because this has happened to me and this has happened to me. And when I share my theories with Eurocentric scientists and astronomers and astrophysicists, they all tell me the same thing. They're like, Sam, we'll never have that kind of technology or knowledge to tell you what you're saying isn't true. So we really have to nurture that Ongwehome brilliance that's within all of us. These are the people that have helped me on my journey. I put my sister's name on top because now my research partner is in Skyworld and she's always sending me information. Every time she sends me new stuff, I get real excited to add it to the presentation. So this was a short version. My full presentation is like 2 hours long, but I'm thankful that I was able to share this with you all and that you all shared your time with me this afternoon. So yawa. I think there's a next person. Next.
Noah, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. There's the.
Thank you. Such
clicker.
beautiful teachings, It gives us some things to think about and how to live, with a good mind and believing in that universal connection. So our next guest is from our Nigerian community, our community partners. We have we've been very fortunate over the last few years to build relationships with our Nigerian brothers and sisters. We support each other in our programs and events, and we are offered to make this space. Can we make this space so Dave can come and play for the grandmas and the Indigenous people? I was just listening in the back, and he'll tell you a bit more about what his drums and you want the microphone there are about, but he's pretty good apparently. Eh? Got a couple of bands and
Hello, everyone. My name is Oluwadamilare David Odede. I'm from Nigeria. And as you guys are seeing, I'm putting on a Nigerian African attire. So I actually came from a place called Ogun State, Yoruba. So, and of course, I teach drum professionally, and I also play drums professionally. And I have the privilege to work with a lot of biggest artists in Africa and outside Africa. So it's a privilege for me to be in your presence today, for me to be able to showcase my talent for you guys. I hope you guys will enjoy my presentation. Thank you. Sorry, can I have? Yeah. So, my performance this evening, actually, my song that I'll be singing for you guys tonight is basically saying that whatever place we might be or we are, we should not forget where we're coming from. So, which means Ibo la dé, Ibo la ń lọ, ká má ṣe gbàgbé, báyé ṣe ń dùn fún wa, ká má ṣe gbàgbé ibi tí a ti wá. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy the music. Ibo la dé, Ibo la ń lọ o, ká má ṣe gbàgbé, báyé ṣe ń dùn fún wa, ká má ṣe gbàgbé o, ibi a ti wá. Ibo la dé, Ibo la ń lọ o, ká má ṣe gbàgbé, báyé ṣe ń dùn fún wa, ká má ṣe gbàgbé ibi a ti wá. Eyo, 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 eyo bàbá tàwa tó fi gòdù ṣeré, eyo bàbá tàwa tó fi gòdù ṣeré, àwa ò ní sanwó nílòdè, ó ti dé. Eyo, yeah, eyo, eyo, yeah, eyo, eyo bàbá tàwa tó fi gòdù ṣeré, eyo bàbá tàwa tó fi gòdù ṣeré, àwa ò ní sanwó nílòdè, ó ti dé, kí ló tún rí, owó ló tún dé. Kí ló tún ṣe aṣọ ló fi rà, aṣọ kí lẹ rà, ẹyẹ òtútù, ẹtú jáde o, ọlọ́ba, ọlọ́ba. ó ti dé. Kí ló tún wí? Owó owó la tún dé. Kí ló tún dé? Aṣọ aṣọ ló fìrà, aṣọ kílẹ̀ rà, ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ òbí ló, ẹ tún jáde orò. Èé ọlọ́ba, èé ọlọ́ba. Ibo la dé, ibo là ń lọ o, ká má ṣe gbàgbé báyé ṣe ń dùn fún wa, ká má ṣe gbàgbé o, ibi àti wá. Ibo la dé, ibo là ń lọ o, ká má ṣe gbàgbé báyé ṣe ń dùn fún wa, ká má ṣe gbàgbé o, ibi àti wá. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my, that was amazing, absolutely amazing. It took me back to a journey I had taken years ago with a client whose daughter was called back to Africa, and she didn't know where she came from. And this lady was actually a daughter of I don't know if you how you call them, chiefs or whatever you call them there, and she had a position in that community, but because she had been disconnected and over in another country, that vision brought her back home, and she found her roots. And it was there was much more to it, but I mean, that was a very powerful story. So as I was listening, in my vision, I could hear, very similar drumming. So it took me to a really good place. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Scotty, beat me up. Just a little humor. Well, I want to welcome back you, sir. You left and you came back just for me. Oh, thank you very much. Just mind you, this is being recorded, so it'll be shown. I am quite inspired by the gentleman that shared his drum from his part of the world. And I wanted to talk about the drum. So I borrowed this drum from on the side. And there we go. Now, watch it. It'll just bang into me. This will be a comedy hour. Slapstick. All right, gotta tighten that up. There we go. I think that's how it goes. Yeah, actually. So, Wabshki Minis is it, Mr. Temnis the Kaz, the Juni do them, Miss Kunaning Donji, Treaty 2, Nishnabe so tuni. White Spotted Horse is my spirit name of the Lynx clan. And my common name is Alan Sutherland. When it comes to names, as I said last time, it's our journey. And names is here in what we call Turtle Island, is our connection to our place. So our spirit names is our connection to that journey. Mine is White Spotted Horse, but growing up, I had back in the day, we call it Indian names because it wasn't common. So when somebody says, "Oh, you got an Indian name?" Yeah, I got an Indian name. So back home, it wasn't common. And over time, I got this Indian name called White Cloud from a medicine man who did some healing for me. I had migraines all the time. And he gave me my name, White Cloud. Wapski Anaket. But I forgot because in my community called Scoutland First Nation, nobody had those names. Because my father was from another, little bit more traditional. They had medicine people. And I was able to get my spirit name. But that was it. No instructions, no teachings around spirit names. So a friend of mine, a chief, this has been mid-90s. People were starting to announce their spirit names and when all the chiefs gathered. So he wanted one. And then I took him to a medicine man that I knew. And we had a darkroom ceremony. And he got his name. And I also wanted mine. Because at that time, I'd forgotten my name. So as he was doing the ceremony, it came all back to me. I recognized the ceremony. And I told him, I have a name. He said, that's all right. You're going to have one that's going to carry you as an adult. So he proceeded and gave me my spirit name of White Spotted Horse. So in a vision, there was a horse traveling from a distance, coming closer and closer. And they don't tell you why or the reason why you have the name. They essentially say you try to figure out yourself. So when I researched into that, the horse came back to Turtle Island by the Spaniards. And it just changed the whole Prairie Nation. And really, they were the dominant force because of the horse. Now, the horse has a lot of symbols and meaning, especially from the Prairie Nation. And the Dakota man that gave me his name says, I'm going to give you a Dakota name, White Spotted Horse. Knowing full well I'm so too. And then later on, it makes sense to me because the horse was a bringer of change. And I've been a change agent. Someone will describe me as a Wendigo Khan or sacred clown sometimes. But the things that are challenging the norm, I always challenged the norm. Always been that way. So that made sense, a bringer of change. But it's quick communication. So the bringer of new ways. And that's always been who I was. When I took up our traditional ceremonies, and I had some great teachers that talked about how the Anishinaabe is always adoptive. They weren't stuck in a past or a certain time. When a new way of doing things, a new medicine came along, they said the Anishinaabe was the first ones to adopt to it. So when I had these other medicine people in a circle, and one that comes to mind from Alberta, he's well known. We had a circle where we have our pipes out, and he says, thank you for inviting me here. from Alberta to Manitoba. So he was gonna light his pipe, but his matches are over there, and everything's all set up, and his bundle's all set up. And he reached in his pocket and he took out his big lighter. Now he's gonna light his pipe. Looked around. What? Does bother you? Now these are Manitobans that are really reclaiming their traditional ceremonies, and he knew what he was who he was sitting with, and he had a teaching or a teacher. He said, "This big lighter is a great tool to light up my pipe right now. You think I was going to use those matches? It's the same thing. Magnesium is on the tip of a stick. That's a modern thing. If you really want me to be traditional, you're going to wait a long time for me to lit this pipe by using 2 sticks." So this is way like in the year 2000s. That had an impact on me to not to be so stuck or stringent, to have a flexible belief systems that it can evolve over time, because his message was, in every generation, there's new age, there's new magic. There are new things to learn. Because his point was, if I was traditional, it would have took a long time to answer to your invitation, because I would have to come with my horse. And we got to stop along the way many times and to feed it and have shelter. But I would eventually make it. But he said, I came in a vehicle. So I am described quite accurately as a traditional contemporary man. I will take our traditions and how does it apply to the contemporary world? Because those profound teachings was, in every age, there's new ways to do things. So we end up saying, oh, don't mix it together. And I understand that part. I have to keep the traditions alive by keeping to the protocols. But how does it apply in a world today? Well, that's your journey. You have to figure it out. What feels good, go ahead and do it. It's always good to get advice. But people can't go around and says that's wrong, because we're all on our different journeys. We have to figure it out. No, we also have to protect it too. So we have to protect the integrity and the protocols. So we have to balance that out. That's why I say I'm a traditional contemporary man. I live in both worlds. I protect both areas. But we're all on a journey. And speaking of a journey, inspired by the drum, I had this one story that came to mind when the drum was played here. And from our last session, I talked about the four the spirits that came to the earth, and each will have their place in the garden. Also, they all had their drums. Every culture, every group of people around the world had their drums. Some have forgotten that. Others kept it. So I'm just gonna give a little teaching on how I was told that in all of the animal world, the tree world, the medicines, all the elements of life was waiting for that man to show up. Okay, here we go. Stage is not straight. Gotta find balance. There we go. I guess I have to stick close, but you get the picture. So all the 4 elements of life was present in the making of the planet, Aki. And she has a soul. Now I'm learning a lot of these new ways of describing that soul, like a soul contract. And she has a soul contract. And along with her, became these others will have eventually other souls will have soul contracts. So some will be around for a long time, like a mountain or a rock, grandfathers. Some will be a long time, like those big redwood trees. Some will be birch. Then there's animals. They have purpose. The plants, they have purpose. The raindrop that falls has purpose. I asked my daughter, what's the one animal or creature that has a very short lifespan? She said, fruit fly. Oh, yeah, that's very short. But I wanted to share with you, as one of the teachings go, before where the human being was to be lowered, to have this life experience, they had a council. They all got together. The Creator says, get ready. He says, you're going to help this one, all of you. So organize yourselves. So they had a council. So they're all there. Not only the elements of life, like the land, the water, the fire, the sun, the air we breathe, and space itself. So you had the animal world, you had the tree world, you had, in the animal world, those that four-legged, two-legged, those that swim, those that crawl, those that fly. In the plant world, there are many, many plants. There's the tree world and the rock world. They're all there. They're all talking. How are you going to help the one that's coming? So as they proceeded to talk among themselves, and there was a few that got together, says, well, I'm going to work. The rock world says, I'm going to work with the tree world. And we're going to be teaching, about that energy. That energy. Like the masculine energy of the rock, the feminine energy of the tree, of the female, that becomes together in our language, pagan. They'll become that pipe. And they says this is the one we're gonna communicate there. That's the one that's gonna help communicate to all of the universe. Everything on Aki, on the earth, everything is connected. This is the one that's going to connect to all using pagan, the pipe. And they said the medicines will be there. They said, we're going to help with that communication. We're going to be a sama. We're going to be tobacco. So as this was going on, this beat was happening in a far distance, and it was just coming closer and closer and louder. But they're still talking among each other what they're going to do. The animal world says, we're going to feed them. We're going to give them energy through the foods that we have. And then that sound's getting louder and louder. And there are the medicines that says Mishkiki will be the strength of the earth. Oh, we'll try that one. Oh, this one is was untuned. Didn't get the fire going on that one. But anyway, it's still good because it's still part of the teaching. Same sound. So the medicine says, everything on the earth is medicine, even ones where you have to be careful, but you can mix it just right. Everything has purpose. Everything has purpose. So then the tree says, we too are medicines. We'll shelter them. Our roots are medicines. We'll help them. We'll help the air. We'll clean the air. We'll give in the atmosphere so they can breathe. They'll recycle. They'll take all from the tree world. They'll just give us clean, new breath of life. Just like Nibi, water. They need water. The more water they have, and the clean water, the more healthier they'll be. So this food and water. And the sun says, I'll give them enough so they stay alive. that we're going to help the others and they'll grow and we'll help them grow. We'll have seeds. They're going to get food from the ground. And the rock world says we're healers too, you know. You know, there's energy in us. We're wisdom. We have ancient wisdom. We've been around since the beginning. And we have ways to heal them. So they're all talking this way. Meanwhile, this sound is getting closer and closer. Now it got everybody's attention. And this drum showed up. It says we were, us in the animal world, we were inspired by the pipe. I think there should be songs with that pipe. The tree world and the animal world got together and says, this is how we're going to communicate, because all of life is a song. All of life is a frequency. So together with the pagan and the drum, they says, yeah, this is how we're going to communicate with each other. All the universe, humanity are going to have drum. And we're all going to have song. And the same beat that you're hearing when you come and get lowered into this small little body that's going to grow in this life. Your mother creates that body, and then your spirit is lowered. And it hears the drum of the heartbeat of the mother. And it comes to this world and now interacts with this world. But there is this song that's all around us in this world. You just have to pay attention to it. And then you get introduced. When babies start hearing the sound of the drum, they recognize the beat of their mother. So a lot of our songs are from all over the world talks about this in their songs, about life, that beat, that connection to this earth. Kishimani tu gagapitian we Mini nagi sien gagapitian we awe When we sing our songs, we sing in the four direction. They call it one push-up. And I just sang this one direction. But I'm reminded that when we sing our drums, we're connecting ourselves to the four directions. Like this symbol here of humanity that are in the garden in the four places. And they each have their drums. And I have seen it, I have heard where they got some of those drums together, and it's beautiful. I would like to see more and more of those drums from all countries to get together and sound their drums, sing their songs. That is true power when we have that universal connection to our place we call the earth. And to remind us that the earth has her own frequency, she has her own song. And that's who we are as human beings. I think I'll leave it as that. I'm keeping mindful of the time. I try to but she's not even here, so I might as well keep talking, even though the monitors are in the hallway. So I'll just keep talking. Is that all right? All right. Okay. So I just wanted to give you a quick teaching that they all agreed. Well, that one is coming. Yeah, that one's coming. Yeah. And he showed up, and in our origin stories, we talk about stories like our grandmother Nukumis, you know, I don't know, was thrown from the moon or fell from the moon, but she fell down from the moon into the earth. And that one went straight into the water. So the bear, Makwa, was seeing this on the shore. He says, oh, wow. Went in down deep. Now this Nukumis was upset, of course, that's ended up down deep in the water. So water's kind of steaming a little bit, and obviously she's mad. Maybe she was thrown from her sisters from up the moon into the water. So the bear was curious. He's looking down. He can see her, and he looked down. Eventually, Nukumis looked up. They stared at each other, and sometimes that's how connections happen. You just connect. So she came out of the water, and then they sat down together and basically get to know each other. And he was curious, what happened? What's up? So they made their union, and I guess along the way, the first woman came, and that one was had a name. It took me a long time to go and find out what's the first woman's name. So it may be this, and maybe not be this, but I had some good people that actually says, actually, you caught it, you got it. Wenona. Yeah, you're acknowledging Wenona. So the first woman was Wenona. So she goes on with life, and Nukumis looks after her. He says, always stay close, I'm looking after you. I don't want you to go too far. That's naturally what mothers do, right? She's always warning, I don't want you to get too far. I want to make sure you're nearby. And I guess as the story goes, she came across, she was at that age. Anyway, she came across this west wind. And he was all pleasant at first. That's how it goes sometimes. Eh? You see the good side of a person. They're wooing you like, whoo.